Yo, what up, bro? What do you think about this car right here? You know about that motor? You know anything about that? What you know about that? Um, yeah, I don't know. Oh, what's up, John Winchester? Dude, I needed you in the other show, dude. I know you can't be on every show, but like, I needed you. Like, it was one. We're talking about some stuff, and I needed you there. But good to see you, though, dude. We're talking about like sex drive, and if how men show their love through sex. It's how like they feel like their love for you and their soul. And I was playing a couple videos, and I was like, John would have my back, because some people didn't agree. Not enough. I know turbos are for exhaust circulation and superchargers are for intakes, I believe. I forget, or vice versa. No, I think they work the same way. A lot of turbos run off of the exhaust typically, but they actually do have turbos that don't run off the exhaust. I forgot how it works, but they run off of the exhaust. That's why there's turbo lag. And then supercharger does the same thing typically that a turbo does, but it just has power immediately though. It doesn't like have to spool up like a turbo from the exhaust. So there's no turbo lag. It's just immediate power. But like the pros and cons, like a supercharger takes power from the motor in order to create the power, right? That's the kind of the debate. So, but if you're already rolling, you got a manual transmission, if you're on the freeway or something, or just you're already rolling it all, you could drop it into a lower gear and get instant power. So in that case, then a turbo has more power, and it's going to be better, more horsepower. But like off the line though, no. So it depends on what you need it for. You're going to put a supercharger or a turbo. If are we on a rolling start? We're already rolling around. Turbo is going to be better, but like straight off the line, supercharger all day. No, it's all good, G. Sorry, I missed it. My mother fell out of bed. Oh no, Monday night and broke her arm. She's doing better now though. Spent 8 hours in the hospital to get a cast. Dang, bud. Hope she's all right, man. Which bone did she break? Good thing. I mean, that was 8 hours in the United States without universal healthcare. Imagine if it was universal healthcare, bro. Imagine if it was, free healthcare, as they say, which isn't really free, is taxpayer funded. But imagine if it was that, how long you would have waited. 16 hours, bro. Let's see. One recirculates, the other is solely intake. Right, so that the turbo recirculates and the other is solely intake. Okay. You might know more about cars than me, dude. I'm not going to pretend like I know a shitload about cars, because I don't. I like turbo purely on the sound. Superchargers are cool too, but don't sound as tasty. Haha. Yeah, dude, turbo sound badass. Like, so this car right here is my old car. It's a Volvo S60R. You can see the turbo right there. Well, you can see not the turbo. The turbo's back. It's like right there. That's the turbo back in there, and then this is the pipe that comes through. But I remember one time I had to do some shit. I was working on it, and like, because it comes with like a stock blow off valve, but I was doing shit. And I disconnected the turbo, or what was that? Fuck was I doing? Something. I was messing with some shit, and I drove it a little bit, and then like it had that sound. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, that shit sounds tight. But I mean, you don't really need like the blow off valves. They sound cool. They do. But you don't really need it. It has like a blow off valve, you know, the stock that comes with it. It just doesn't sound cool like that. But yeah, turbos, dude, maybe even just for the sound, I would go for that. You know what I mean? That's how dope they sound. Turbochargers and superchargers both force air into the engine to increase power, but they do so in different methods. Turbochargers use exhaust gas energy, while superchargers are mechanically. Okay, yeah, so you know what you're talking about. I guess so you do know more about cars than me, so I just didn't know what you meant. Right. So I see what you're saying now. So turbos are for run off the exhaust, and superchargers are for intakes. So yeah, you knew what you're talking about. My bad. Yes, the supercharger is driven by the engine. That's why I'm saying it loses power from that. To gain its power, it loses power. The power's got to come from somewhere. I got a Duramax with a turbo. What year is yours, dude? Those Duramax, my dad, he had a Duramax, bro. He still does, I think. It's a 2012 Ford F350, or not Ford, Chevy F3500 Duramax. And dude, it's fast stock, bro. It's fast as fuck. It's like, it keeps up with this car right here. This turbo, this Volvo S60R. If anyone wants to chime in on this car, I mean, some people might not know about it. But I mean, this is the car right here. Do I have a, oh, I got to upload it, I think. That's what I missed. I missed something. Hold on. It'll take me a second. Oh shit. Got to delete something. I'll delete this one. So this is my car, my old car that I'm still in love with. The Volvo S60R, dude. It came with 18-inch rims. And this is pretty much stock, bro. Like this one, mine doesn't even have the body kit, bro. Like they look so much doper. It's an 04. It's a really old car. But I had like a big exhaust. You can't really tell. It's not a really good picture, but like they're just, look how dope that car looks, dude. It's sexy as fuck. But if anyone knows about these, let's see if I can find. I bet you they got a bunch of good pics online. So here, let's show you guys real quick what I'm talking about, why I'm obsessed with these cars. So this car right here, this is my car. Okay, so like this one looks pretty dope. I like the red ones, but see, like this one looks dope right here, dude. Oh shit. This one right here. Look at that. That's dope. I mean, the body style back then, I love those. They're a love-hate relationship, dude. Like this one. I don't really like the black rims. I like those stock Pegasus rims that it comes with, dude. Those 5 stars. The interior was amazing. The most comfortable seats I ever sat in, bro. I mean, it was a love-hate relationship because it was so expensive to fix, bro. They're expensive, man. Like I literally spent more on the car, on repairing the car, than I did the whole car. A clutch was $4,000, bro. And then the suspension was $2,000 on each side, so $4,000. And you got to do that like every 75,000 miles. The technology in this car is better than some of most of the technology you get in any today's car. And like, see, there's the interior, bro. The interior was clean as fuck. This was an automatic though. That's lame. But like I had like a bumping system. I got a nice deck in here. Look at that cluster, bro. You see this over here? That cluster? Oh, you know what? I should have fucking had, because I had mine. I had a boost gauge over here in the corner. I should have fucking saved that picture for this stream, but I'll do it next time. Oh, look. See, here's the, no, that's not the fives. This is the color seats I had, these navy blue ones. See here. Look at that. Look at that shit. Shit's dope. It's a 2.5 liter inline five. This is kind of like what my, see, there it is. It's got the stick shift right here. It's like a space, like moon ball thing. That's what my car looked like on the inside. But that cluster is really, there's a picture of the motor. Swedish car, man. And like my car was actually a Swedish, it was a Volvo motor. Like they ended up selling it to Ford, and then they sold it to Ford in like early 2000s. My one's a 04. They only made that car from 04 to 07. But my car was a Volvo still though. Like it did have some Ford parts in it, like not motor wise though. Like it had like the deck, like some of that stuff was like Ford, but it was all Volvo. And then they ended up selling it to some Chinese company, and I don't even know who owns Volvo now. But look at this gray one right here, dude. That shit is dope. I will get another one of these again, dude. It's hard to even find a good one though without a ton of miles on it now, you know, because they're, you know, 20-year-old cars. So let's see what anyone else has to say about this stuff. Facial slip. Good evening. Oh, really? You said that? Thank goodness we're not in Canada and this isn't universal healthcare. See, you and I think alike, dude. That's funny that I said that. You were really thinking that, dude. Love my diesel, dude. Diesels are, they're like, I want to own a diesel for sure. They're like really cool, man. Like I said, my dad has that Duramax, and then my stepdad has he's a Cummins. It's like a what has he got? It's like an 02 or something. 03. He wanted the older one because that's the year that you can not have all that emission stuff on it. Then like a little bit shortly after that, like 05, 06 or something, somewhere around there, that, you know, they put that emission stuff on it. So like you have to have all this stuff on it to like help it pass emissions, but it's so bad on your, it's not good for the actual motor. Like it's terrible. It cuts the life down of the motor. It's hard on them, dude. And it takes a bunch of power away too. So that's why he wanted that one, because, you know, he's grandfathered in. He doesn't have to like mess with that. And he's got, I don't know how many miles he's got on that thing. I think it's got like 250,000, something like that. But you know, those things are going to go 500,000 miles. He's already rebuilt the front end, like all that stuff is going to have to go redo before the motor goes out. How diesel motors are. He loves that truck. It's dope, dude. It's a Dodge 2500 3/4 ton. The Cummins, you know, he's got an exhaust on there. He's got all kinds. He always upgrades his trucks. I don't even know what he's got. He's got like 35s on there. This is dope. I love that truck too. I've driven it, you know, and his isn't even turned up all the way. He can like adjust his, you know, he's got like a chip in it, and it's not even like tuned as hard as it can go. But I've driven both my stepdad's and my dad's truck. My dad's truck, my biological father, is faster. That Duramax was fast. It was fast. But I mean, the Cummins is good too, but it's just like I said, he doesn't even have it tuned up full because, you know, not as good gas mileage, but he could turn it up more. He said he was going to get a new turbo too, but he never did, I don't think. Wow. Oh, you talking to someone else? I didn't put a bow at the end of the menu. Is there someone else in here? I'm at some point replace the CP4 pump with a CP3 pump. Okay, I don't know what that means. What is the pump? Sorry, dude, I'm trying to talk cars here. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't know what's the pump. Oh, do you like pink bows? Oh yeah, I see the bow thing. Oh, that's what you did. You added a bow. Okay. Yeah, cool. Because that's funny. We're talking about bows, talking about law of attraction and stuff. Let me see if I can do this without. Oh, it doesn't work. Can't do it. I was gonna add a thing for. I was gonna do this for the show, but I'll just show you on here. I was gonna add this for the show. I was gonna make this. Sometimes I just thinking of my thumbnails for these and like, what am I gonna do? And oh shit, hold on. Sorry, it won't take long. Just gotta transfer it back over again. Actually, I could just do it like this. Share screen. This would be way easier, actually. Actually, entire screen. There she is. Oh wait, can you see that? No, you can't see it. Could you see that? I don't know if you could see it when I was doing it, but that was Manny. With her big ass bow. She was little then. I mean, she's always little, but she was only like a year and a half old or something, maybe 2 years old there. Trying to get out of it. There it goes. Oh, you did a def delete on mine? Is that what that the thing is? That's the emissions thing. And like, you can take them off, like, but it, like, some places don't even do emissions. When I lived in Colorado Springs, they don't do emissions there, which is great. But like, you know, your car doesn't have to get emissions for the first 10 years if they do it. You're in Colorado at least. And then the problem is though, like, it voids your warranty if you do it. So people don't want to do it yet because, you know, they don't want their warranty voided. But dude, I would just, if I ever got a diesel, I'd take that shit off immediately, bro. I don't want that shit on there. 95 200 SX SER Nissan American legal Skyline. Okay, yeah, I've seen those. Well, what you have under there? Is that the, what is that, the kind of turbo? Is that what you're talking about? I want to know what that is. No one sold me. I have a PT Cruiser GT. It has a little turbo on it. Yeah, those little PT Cruisers move. You got a 2015 3500. Same. Oh, it's a dually. Dang, that's dope, dude. You got a dually. My dad almost got the dually and everything, but like, he didn't need it. But I mean, that truck back in 2012 was like 55 grand. You know, nowadays it'd be, who knows how much that truck would have been. They're owned by Chinese since 2010. Yeah, because I remember they said, oh, you know, they sold it to Ford, sold it to a Chinese company. Yeah, you can tune yours up too. Oh, fuel injection pump. Okay. Yeah, see, like this car right here, what I had on it, it's like I said, it's a 2.5 liter inline 5 turbo, and it's stock 300 horsepower. And all I had to mine was, I had a tune, I had a full exhaust, so I actually ran this MagnaFlow. So, and I didn't even have like a what's it called, cold air intake, because that would have made it sound even doper. But I've said before that my shit sounds like, it didn't sound like ricey. That's the thing I loved about this car. So here, check this out. sounds like, dude. It sounded so tough, bro. And it was a MagnaFlow. I had the MagnaFlow catback, um, with the muffler, and it was like a 3-inch tip. And then I had a downpipe. It was a OBX, but it was catless. I went catless on there. And so when I had to pass emissions, I'd have to like take the cat off and then like put the stock cat, or not the cat, downpipe, put the stock downpipe in, go pass emissions, and I'd have to go take it off again because I had to get it retuned and everything after I had the downpipe put in. And you have to like get this extender for the O2 sensor and shit because it wouldn't read it when it would throw a check engine light. It's a kind of a pain in the ass. But so that's all I had, dude. Full exhaust, and it was retuned at this guy that tunes Volvos. And that was it, dude. And I never had it on the dyno, but I was thinking with catless and then the tune and the exhaust. I mean, the exhaust didn't help it that much. The exhaust don't really help that much. I mean, it took the back pressure off quite a bit, but I was probably running just with that, like 350 horse, right? And it's all-wheel drive. But then the trick is I used to run race fuel in it. And I found out that because I found this spot that sold 100 octane, and even this new spot that sold 110 octane. But I never noticed a difference between running pure 100 octane and like a 50-50 blend of like 91, which is our high end here, 91 and 100. So it was around, 95, 96 octane was when it got the most performance out of it. And that added like 40, 50 horsepower, dude, alone, just the race fuel, bro. These turbo cars, they love that shit. So, I mean, I was running like probably about 400 horsepower, but at sea level, maybe. I don't even know what it is out here. People like, dude, you ever driven your car at sea level? No, do it. So that was just here in Mile High, dude, in this thin air. So, but it did run. It had so much more horsepower at nighttime or like when it was cold outside. Oh, you could definitely notice a difference. They've done tests. They were racing these cars. I saw some article on it. I'll play this one. They were racing. It was like two cars. I don't remember what the car was, but one was a supercharged and one was a turbo. And the turbo beat the supercharger one, or no, it was a supercharge. That wouldn't make sense. One was a naturally aspirated and one was turbo. It wasn't the same car. I don't remember what the cars were, but the turbo beat the naturally aspirated one at nighttime, but during the day, the naturally aspirated one won. The air, it's more dense if it's cooler outside. Yeah, most people do that. They wait for the warranty to run out. And if I had a brand spanking new one, I'd probably do that too. Most warranties are like 36,000 miles, unless you get like the 100,000 mile one. But then that's 100,000 miles you got to put on that shit with that trash on there. That kind of sucks. I could probably do the 36,000. It was only a 2.0 four banger, but it was fast, 5-speed stick. Was it turbo? You said it was turbo, right? If it was the American GTR, it was turbo, right? It's crazy how few people can drive a stick. I learned on a shitty Suzuki Vitara, basically the same as the Chevy Tracker. Yeah. That thing was a literal kite in high winds. Yeah, dude, because it's all boxy and shit. I know, dude. People like they're extinct, bro. Like people don't know how to. Dude, okay, check this out. You guys know I used to work in the pizza business, right? And I worked at Papa John's, and my driver, dude, like the drivers will go and they'll just go up to the front door and they'll just leave their car running. And he went up to deliver the pizza. And when he did that, somebody jumped in his car and tried to drive it away and steal it. It was a stick and he kept stalling it and shit. And then Richard, he came up and was like, hey, what are you doing? He like just got out and ran away. So it like saved him, dude, because the guy didn't know how to drive a stick. So then he got scared and ran. But yeah, it's true, man. Like people, sticks they're like extinct in the United States, man. A lot of countries still have them, but Americans love their automatic transmissions, dude. They're stupid. I hate like this truck is one of the very first vehicles that I ever had with, you know, automatic transmission. And I mean, I got it that way because they don't make standard transmission. I used to have a Dodge Ram in like 2001, I think. I bought also a Dodge Ram 1500. It was my stepdad's, his old one. He sold it to me, and it was nice, dude. It was pimp, and it was only, you know, not even that old. It was like 4 years old, and you know, it actually didn't have a lift, but I could fit 33s on there, just stock without a lift, and it looked good. It rubbed a little bit, but it was a standard transmission, dude. And like you can't even get them now, bro. Like last time I checked, you could get them in the Dodges in the 2500s. I don't even know if they do that anymore. You can't get them, dude. You can't get them. And it sucks. I like being able to have control over it. Like I can adjust my gears and stuff, but and that helps too. Like if I'm in, because there's this thing you can buy too. You guys might know it's like a throttle control thing that you plug in. It's kind of like a chip, but you just plug it in to the thing where you like check your codes and stuff, like check engine codes. And you can set different settings on it, as like sport and like regular, and it just adjusts your throttle control. And I was going to get one of those. They're not that expensive. I think they're like 300. But I never ended up doing it. But like, it's nice sometimes if I'm on the freeway and I know I'm going to need to pass, you know, I'll like drop it into a lower gear. I can do with my buttons. So that when I hit the gas, I got instant power, you know, to get over quick. But otherwise, you know, you're trying to hit the gas. Because I was racing this dude one time in that truck. And it was his car, and I was smashing him the whole time, dude. And then I should have dropped it into a lower gear, but like I was beating him the whole time. And then we're doing the whole honk your horn 3 times thing and then go. And I honked the horn 3 times, and then boom, I hit the gas. He could see he dropped into like 3rd gear. And when I hit the gas, I had lag, and then boom, and he already had like a jump on me, and he beat me, dude. I was like, oh, it's because it's fucking stupid automatic transmission. MagnaFlow 13 more horsepower. What, for this Volvo? I can see that. I mean, for like a catback, maybe something like that. I didn't really notice much horsepower increase from adding that exhaust because I bought it with no exhaust. And then I added the exhaust, the catback. I didn't notice anything. I know 13 is not that much, but we know what I did notice was when I did the downpipe catalyst. I noticed. And I thought it was maybe like 10 horsepower or so. You could really notice that. Not like it was like a night and day difference, but I could notice it. I mean, it had better airflow anyways because it's downpipe. It's full exhaust now. But without that cat too, restricting it. And it smelled so bad. Like if people were driving behind me, dude, it'd give them a headache. I mean, it was putting out so much exhaust on there. Yeah, I want to get I like fast cars, dude. I want to get a crotch rocket still. It's one of the things that I want to do before I die. Get a crotch rocket. I want to get I like GSX. I like Jigsers. I'm gonna get a GSXR, like a 600, just to start. I know that's even for a beginner bike. It's kind of a little lot, but I don't want to start with anything less than that. Work my way up to like, you know, 1,000. I like to drive fast. You know, do you guys ever watch those videos of those crotch rockets that ditch the cops all the time? If you like audits, you probably like that stuff, dude. That driving all fast and cops try to pull them over and they turn back, you know, and they flip them off and they take off and they're gone, dude. Or you see sometimes the dash cams of the cops trying to pull over motorcycles and boom, they're gone, bro. I love watching those videos. A lot of people, they don't even register their motorcycle. It's like, what's the point of even registering it? As soon as a cop pulls me over, I'm just gone. But if you register and they get your plate, now you're in trouble. So they just ditch them. I mean, you got to be a good driver, but if you're a good rider, you know how to ride, you could always ditch. The only way that you're not going to ditch them is if they have a helicopter. But I mean, they're not going to have a helicopter just, you know, randomly for you. Yo, what's up, username? yeah, everything, adds a little bit more. Like the next thing that I wanted to do on this car that I was going to do was the, what's that stuff? Methane. I think it's called methane. It's like where you put it in the windshield wiper fluid to keep it cooler. That's what I wanted to do because like driving it in the summer and stuff, if I was driving around a lot, like the power was so much less, I noticed, because it's hot, so the air's lighter, and then, they don't run good when it's hot, those turbo cars. So I wanted to get meth injection on there, and then there's lots of stuff I want to do. I want to do cold air intake, but like this intake that I had was the stock one was pretty good. I don't know how much the cold air intake would really do, but it would definitely make it sound cooler, make it sound more throaty. Because I've had a cold air intake on another car before. But I super lucked out. I got my car that's 2003 PT Cruiser GT with only 73,000 miles on it, bid under $4,000. Right on, dude. I had a PT Cruiser too, bro. It was my dad's old car that he gave to me, and it was a pimp one, dude. I don't think it was a GT though, but it was like the nice luxury looking one. It was like all sporty. The GTs are the ones that had the turbos in them. But I think I messed it up, bro, because I was delivering pizzas in it, and I used to do this stupid thing. I think this is what happened. Like, whenever I was coasting down a hill and shit, I would throw it in neutral. It was automatic. And I thought I was saving gas. I don't know what I was doing with it, But I was doing that. And then the transmission went out on me, dude. And I was like, well, I had 183,000 miles on it. So, but I think I messed it up by doing that, dude. Have you ever heard of that? Like throwing your shit in neutral? It's not a good thing, right? Yeah, that's my car, dude. I had to sell it, dude. It was like a love-hate relationship. There was so much shit wrong with it. It was going to cost me thousands of dollars. Like I spent $7,700 on this car in like 2014, and it was a 04, so it was a 10-year-old car. And I spent probably $7,000 at least on repairs by the time I sold it. I sold it in like 2019, 2020, and it still needed tons of work, dude. Like for the first 100,000 miles, they're good. And then after that, dude, money pit, bro. And it's more expensive to fix than a Mercedes. I mean, I'd have a sensor go out on it, dude, $1,000. I mean, like I said, the suspension that has the struts in the front, I think, and the shocks in the back, but they're electronic. Like you could had these 3 modes, a push button. It was comfort, sport, and advanced. And so I always left it in comfort, which is more softer. But then like if I was going around the corner, you know what I mean? Like, when you're going around the yields, it's not really a 90-degree turn. It's more like a 45 or something. And you don't have to stop, you yield through. I used to drop it. I just put it in advanced mode and then drop it into second and then just hit the gas, and it was all-wheel drive, and I had sport tires on there. Boom. It was like on rails, bro. I love that car. Was so dope. I had 215s bumping in there. I had like $4,000 stereo system in there. I had focals all the way around with a 250 watt directed 4-channel to push my mids and highs. And then I had 1,000 watt JL amp for each subwoofer. I had the where did I put them? I don't even know where my subs are now. They're in my storage unit. I had 215 Alpine Type S. Well, like this, let's see. Not that many people know about them, dude. Like, Volvo's thought of like, old man, or a businessman, or, not like exciting cars, or like the 5-star crash test rating type cars. I got to grab my food. It's in the, just give me like 30 seconds or something. Let that cool down. So, but I had, this is another picture of it. I just think they look dope, dude. Had the sunroof on it. I love those. These are the stock rims too. Now, like I said, this one, some of them had body kits. That one didn't even have a body kit. But yeah, the technology on that car was so much doper. Like it's, I mean, really, it's like an anti-slip differential. It's not all-time all-wheel drive, because all-time all-wheel drive is kind of annoying. You ever driven one of those all-time all-wheel drive, and you're like trying to turn it and it like grips really hard? It's like, it's weird when you're doing like a sharp turn and stuff. It like doesn't get enough power. It's weird, man. So it was like, if you're just driving, it's front wheel drive. But like the technology was so good. As soon as that wheel started slipping, like within a millisecond, it sends power to the other wheels. So, I mean, it was never like, I had two sets of tires. I had the sport tires, the performance tires on there for the summer. And then in the wintertime, I put my snow tires on. And like, you know, I have the truck now, and it's got like, they're not mudders, they're like the, whatever they're called. I don't know what they're called, but like the hybrids. It's in between a mudder and a all-terrain. They do so much better in the snow. And that's why I got those, because for the snow. Because I don't really take it off-road or anything, at least I haven't yet. I would, but I mean, I'm not gonna like, it's not like one of those, if I were to really go, like some of these guys go rock climbing and shit, it's not a, I can go rock climbing with that, but I could definitely take it off-road. But they go with like these brand new pimped out Jeeps and shit. I'm like, dude, the best ones to take rock climbing are like, go buy an old ass Jeep, bro. You know, like it's just old, bro. And like, you know, put a lift on it, or if it's already lifted, put some big tires on there, and then take that out. Like if I rolled it, I wouldn't feel so bad. Like if I rolled my truck, dude, that'd be like a nightmare. So, but so I think these tires are good, but an actual snow tire, bro, it's a whole nother ball game, man. You got all-wheel drive like this Volvo in a snow tire. I mean, it drives like almost like it's on pavement, dude. Like I can accelerate. I can just, with all that horsepower, I can accelerate like crazy with those snow tires on there. Now, granted, I'm not going to be able to drive through, you know, a foot of fresh powder, you know, in the Volvo. Like I could probably do that in the truck, but you know, most of the time they you know, they pave them, but there's still a bunch of snow. If you guys live in a state that gets a bunch of snow. I've been told that you're only supposed to shift from drive to neutral when stopped. I don't know how valid that claim is. Never really looked into it, to be honest. Yeah, I heard that. I don't know if I heard that before I messed up my transmission or after that. I think I actually might have even heard it before, but it just wasn't, maybe it was after, I don't know. Yeah, it's not good. Like you can mess up your transmission by putting it in neutral like that and coasting and shit. It's not good. That's why I always wondered about those automatic car washes, you know, that you have, you know, you put it in neutral and it like pushes you through. But I guess maybe going like, you know, 1 mile an hour is different than 50 miles an hour. I don't know. Oh, I never showed you that. I never showed it to you yet. Let's see if I can find it. I have like 10,000 pictures on here, so I thought I showed it to you, bro. So these are the 15s I had bumping in there. I can see those. Oh shit, hold on. Be nice if I could just send them to my thing, but I don't want to, it's going to take, too lazy for that. Okay, so these are the 15s I had in the trunk, bro. And I used to leave the seats down because Volvos are so sturdy that it would like, you couldn't even hear the bass, man. But like you put those down, it hits so hard, bro. So this amp right here on this side, and that side, that's the 4-channel for the mids and highs. And then this one was just one of the 1,000-watt 1 channels for the subs. Here's another picture. It's the same picture. Here's another picture of it. I just think it's a dope ass car. It looks cool. Here's my interior. I mean, those were the most comfortable seats I ever sat in, bro, by far. Yeah, let's see if I can find. Oh, look, here's another couple more pictures. I put it up all four wheeling and shit. You know, but I had like 5% tint on there too. Let's see if I can find. Oh, here's me with my car. I was all happy about my car. So let's see if I can find the 51 Ford. So I didn't get that till like afterwards. Kind of like a few years later, I think. I forget that I even have that car sometimes. I only need to get a new starter for it. Like, that's going to be a project I need to get done though, because I want to keep it kind of stock. I don't want to like do anything crazy. I think I might want to keep the original motor in there. It's like a, what is it? It's a straight six. Oh, here we go. Well, this isn't it, but this is actually a cool picture, like show you my cluster I was talking about. Look at that cluster, bro. And then there's the PSI gauge that I was telling you guys about. That cluster was clean. Here's another picture too. I was in the car wash there, so it looks dope. And I used to work on my own car, doing the brakes and shit. You know, I could do some stuff. It's just like doing work on your own car, though, for me, it's like it takes like the whole day for me to figure something out, you know? And so and like, I'd rather just pay someone to do it sometimes. Like me and my stepdad did my plugs, and, you know, it was cool. Good bonding time. I found it. But like, to do that all the time, you know, because if you take it in to get new plugs, bro, it's like an hour or two and they're done. Because they do that shit all the time. It took us like half the day. All right, so here's the car, guys. 51 Ford Coupe, man. And you know, when it was sitting in the garage for like 30 years, it just got a brand new paint job on it. So like the paint's not that bad. It's starting to rust a little bit. You see, it's got the white walls and shit. And like this one was cool because like the visor, see the visor on the windshield? It was all sporty and shit. That's what makes that one cool, dude. And so, I mean, it runs. Like I said, I got a new battery for it, and I need to drain the gas though. I probably need to drain the oil out of it too and put new oil. I don't know how long the oil change. But the thing like, oh, you got to change your oil every 3 months. You know how they say that? Like, I don't understand, dude, why that is. Like, is that a real thing, or are they trying to get you to get a faster oil change? Because like oil, you know, the oil itself is like millions of years old or billions or something, right? Like, how does it go bad from just sitting there? But it probably needs an oil change anyways, just to make sure. But I've driven this car a bunch of times. It's got the what's it called? 3 on the tree, I think it's what it's called. That's what it's got, bro. I love that shit. Like, that's why I want to keep it stock, dude. It's got the 3 on the tree. Shit's clean, bro. And I figure, you know, if I want to keep it stock like that, just have them go through the motor and just like do everything like up, you know, make it all pimped. And like the interior, I need some work. Like, you know, it needs to be refurbished. But I mean, it's in good shape though, dude. It's not like it's like all fucked up and rusted out and shit. Like, I mean, that shit's clean. Dude, I had this shit parked on the street, bro. Like once a month, I'd get a note on it. If you ever want to sell it, let me know. I mean, dude, this car is like 80 years old, bro. Well, like 75 years old. It's old, bro. It's a piece of history right there, man. So, but that was one thing that was my grandfather gave me. That's like the one cool thing that my grandfather, because it was always my car, dude. I drove that car when I was like 10 years old. and it was actually my dad's car. I think my grandpa got it for my dad, and he drove it in college, and then gave it back to my grandpa, and it just sat, dude. And my grandpa loved old cars, and he's like, "This is your car, Christopher." And sure enough, it eventually was my car, dude. Now it's just sitting there though. I'll get it up and running eventually. It's gonna take. It's not gonna be the cleanest, fastest ever. So talking about cars and shit. This is a truck I almost bought. I almost bought this truck, which is similar to the truck I have, right? But this one's a little bit newer. This was like a 2020, and it has 35s on it it's got like a 2-inch leveling kit on there. It was dope, dude. Same motor and everything. This one actually was a little bit better than the one I have. My is pretty plain, but it came with like, it's the lower end of one, but they already put cat skin leather seats in it. Cat skin. Some people take their leather seats out and put the cat skin in. They're like top of the line. It was like $4,000 for those cat skin leathers. But it's like very basic. It doesn't have any like high, top of the line shit, and it's got like power windows and stuff, but like, the stereo is kind of simple, and it doesn't have a camera in the reverse camera. But like this one was doper, but mine is a 3-inch LED. It's not that much difference, but like, if you guys have ever seen my truck, you kind of can tell. It's got a little bit more room in the wheel wells. I don't like that little of room. I almost bought this one brand new, bro. It was, I think they were asking like $45,000, or they were asking like $50,000 for it. Something crazy. And like, I was like, dude, if you guys can do $40,000 out the door, I'll do it. And I got them all the way down to, it was like $45,000 out the door. And they're like, you win. Because you just keep saying no. You go way super low price that they can't meet. And then eventually it gets to the point where like, this is the lowest we'll sell the vehicle for. And they finally came in. He said, the guy, because they go and they talk to their manager or whatever, and they come back, and he came back with a note, said, you win. And it was like 45,000 or something. And the guy is just so disappointed. I was like, oh man, all right, cool, man. Well, thanks for showing it to me, dude. And his face was like, he so thought he had a sale, because I told him, I was like, dude, if you give me 40 out the door, I'll buy it right now. But they didn't. But he thought I was still gonna buy it. Like, he thought I was playing the game, And I was being serious though. Like, I'm not spending 45,000. And I was glad that I didn't though, because like a year or two later, I think this was it was a 2019, brand new off the lot. Like the next year, I ended up buying a 2017. That's what my truck is. It's 2017. So it was like 2 years older, and it had like 16,000 miles on it, bro. And I got it for $27,000. Right? So I saved like $18,000 on it by getting a truck that was 2 years older and had 16,000 miles on it. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes, like, that's what my grandpa used to do. He was like, my grandpa had a bunch of money. He was a millionaire. He's a self-made millionaire too. Like, he started out poor, bro, and he like worked his way up. He started his own business, but he was cheap, man. A lot of times, rich people, they get rich by being cheap too. And like, he used to do all this stupid stuff that I used to like drive me crazy, dude. Like, because I didn't like him. He's old, dude, and he would come out to visit me, and then he would like take the train, or no, he would take the train or the bus. And I'm like, dude, why are you taking the bus? And he said, oh, because it's cheaper. I was like, Grandpa, you have all this money, dude. You can't even spend it all, man. I know, I just don't like spending money. And I was like, dude, you got to enjoy your money, man. You work so hard. But that was how he was. But he used to do the same thing, like, especially with Cadillacs, though, because he loves Cadillacs. And he gave me his other Cadillac, the one that the Denver Police Department stole, that I'm still trying to figure out. They stole it because it didn't have current registration. My neighbors kept fucking bitching because it was just sitting there on the public street, so they fucking towed it. But Cadillacs depreciate fast. I think faster than any other brand for whatever reason. If you buy a brand new Cadillac for like $50,000, like the next year, like as soon as you drive it off the lot, it's worth like $40,000, bro. And then like every year they just appreciate so much. So I remember my friend, my old neighbor, he bought a Cadillac CTS V. It's the V8 supercharged one. It's got the same motor, I think, than the Corvette Z06 has. It's like 550 horsepower or something. And his was like a 2012, and this was back in like 2015 or something, and he got that car for like $20,000, dude. I think $22,000. It was like 3 years old. And like brand new, they're like 80 racks, dude. That's how much they depreciate. So like if you buy a brand new Cadillac, unless you have it like that, it's pretty foolish actually. You should never buy a brand new Cadillac, dude, because of that. So he taught me that, and that's true. I mean, look, I could have brought a brand new one, 2019. That's the only difference. It would have been 2 years newer. It was the same body style, same like I think it was. I don't know if it was the same generation. I think actually mine was the last of. So it was like the beginning of the new generation, which actually is bad to buy the beginning of the new generation because then they got to work out kinks and shit. But I spent 27,000 rather than 45,000, and I only had to deal with it having 16,000 miles on it. That's basically brand new, bro. I mean, that's worth it to me to save. What I save 18,000, save $18,000 to have a vehicle with 16,000 miles on it. I thought it was a pretty good deal. Yeah, 30s through the 50s, dude. I love the 30s ones. 30s ones go hard, bro. And this one's a 51, bro. And my stepdad, he has a 57 Chevy, bro. What's it called? They got the slants. What are the two different 57 Chevys? They're like the slants. There's the two different ones. His is the one that's not the most popular one, but like his is popular now because now even those ones are like really rare. But he actually started on it. He took the doors off and he was sanding them. He was going to like work on it. It's going to be his project. Then he gave up. And now it's been sitting in the garage for decades. I don't know what he's not, I don't think he's going to finish it. I don't know what he's going to do with it. I don't know if he'll give it to me or if he'll give it to one of his nephews. I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, if he ever dies, my mom would get everything anyways. But I don't know if he has a will or what he has. I don't know if he'll give it to me. I'd like to get, I mean, if he dies, I'd like to get his tools just because that's something sentimental to me because I know how much my stepdad loves his tools, and he's got a shitload of tools. I'm not even all of them, dude. Like, I know he probably wants to give his nephew stuff too, but I would want to get some of like his tools, some of the stuff. It's like sentimental stuff, I've known my stepdad since I was 6 years old. He was my football coach. And like he used to like, he put me at quarterback because he thought I was smart. And I guess I fooled him. But I was good in the beginning, I was good at playing quarterback. And the way that he coached us back in the 90s, bro, like the parents today would have a fit, bro, and they'd like pull their kids out and they'd be like, he even said, because he thought he wanted to get back into coaching, but he's like, dude, I couldn't get back into coaching now. Like the parents would be having a hissy fit, bro. Like, he's like, you think you had it bad, bro? Because, like he used to do shit to us, like, used to call us names like bonehead or like, maybe he called us pussy. I don't remember. But I remember bonehead was one. And like, he'd yell at us and she'd get in our faces. Like, dude, football like taught me how to be tough, bro. It teaches you how to be tough. And some parents don't like it. And if you want your kids to be a pussy, then yeah, dude, then that's what you do, I guess. Baby them forever. They could get hurt and stuff. Like, yeah, they could get hurt, but they're not hitting that hard, really. I mean, yeah, they could get hurt though. Sure. I actually got one of my running back, he broke his arm. And then he set out the season, and then next season he's back, dude. It's not like it's like life altering. But that's part of life, I guess. But that's one thing it taught me discipline and to be less of a pussy because I kind of was a pussy. I've told you guys that in football. I hated contact, bro. But I was fast and I was a good elusive ball runner. And so like I used to run the ball a lot, even as the quarterback too. And the first year I played before I met my stepdad, I was fullback. They put me at fullback. Actually have play something for you guys real quick. I know you guys probably don't care about this, but like we're talking about football. This is like funny. This is cool stuff. It's on the Sweet Miracle channel, I think. Yeah, this is funny, dude. Hopefully you guys won't be too bored for this. It's only like a 30-second clip, but let's see. Oh man, it's still playing. Stop playing this shit. Just pause. Okay, so here it is. This is the video, dude. This is my gangster ass run, dude. Like I think I was like 6 or 7. Look at these shoulder mount cameras that we had back then, dude. Look at that big ass camera, dude. So that's my highlight from the Little League. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll show you something else. Make it cooler. Hopefully I don't lose too many people. We don't want to see your goddamn Little League shit. I'm gonna show you one more thing though. It's good. We got a slow-mo. Look at this juke I did right here, dude. Boom, went flying right past me, dude. And that guy missed me. See ya. It's funny, dude, because like I was always the smallest. I was the smallest on the whole team, bro, but I was the fastest on the whole team. But I didn't like contact, dude. Like we used to do this thing where we would do the gauntlet. You guys ever do that drill? It's where like all the running backs, and I was a quarterback, I had to do it too. Some people liked it, but like everyone goes in a big long line, like you would face another guy, right? And it'd be make a big tunnel, you know, like everyone, you're shoulder to people, and like there's a row on this side and a row on this side, and you're facing each other. And then you get the football, the running backs, and they have to run through the whole fucking gauntlet, and then everyone to throw a shoulder in, and you just get fucking beat up. I hated that one. I was like my worst one, but like there was some that I liked. We did this one drill where we'd lay on our backs, you know, helmet to helmet, right? And then he would give one of us the ball, and then he'd say, go, or set hut, or blow the whistle, or whatever. And we'd get up, and you'd have to get up and just run straight through. And one guy would tackle, one guy would hit, but he wouldn't allow us to juke. He's like, you run straight through him. That one was fun. But then like we had this other one that he used to run where it was like, you would run down the sideline. You say set, you say hut, and then you'd run down the sideline, and the other guy was on the other side, and it would like, you would try to get the angle on you. You know what I mean? And you have to run. It was to teach you the angles. You know what I mean? That's the point of that one. We used to run that one a lot. I didn't like that one because I like to juke, bro. Like you could see on that video. And like I would always like stop, and he'd go flying right past me. And then he was like, no, Christopher, no juking. Like he wouldn't let you juke. So I was like, fuck, man. Now I just got to get fucking hit hard. You know, it's like forcing yourself to like, I know I'm gonna, because I mean, this shit hurts, dude. I mean, you play football, you know, but I didn't like it. Especially when it depends though, too. Like it wasn't so bad, but like if we were playing in the cold, you know, we get hit in the cold, dude. It hurts, bro. It gets cold in Colorado. You know, it'd be like freezing outside, dude, and you get hit like that. But like towards the end of my football career, I became less of a pussy, dude. Like I used to actually liked it. I got pissed. I finally got it through my head. I'm not gonna be a pussy no more, dude. And like I remember Mo, my stepdad, he was like, oh man, I want Christopher on my team. Like, cause I was like hitting hard. And then after that, I left that team. I went to go play in middle school, and they put me at middle linebacker, dude. And like, you know, they don't just put you at middle linebacker if you're a pussy, bro. Like, you know, that's like, you got to hit hard, dude. You got to, you know, initiate the hits too. And that's where they put me, dude. I was small as fuck, but I did hit hard. I kind of grew out of it finally. But yeah, I was very passive when I was a little kid, but I don't even know how we got even onto talking about that shit. You have I have Jeeps. So one is a 2018, the other is a 72 with a 304. It's a V8. What's a 304? Is that The cubic inches, 304. I never heard of a 304. 72. See, that's, I don't even know. I wouldn't even want to take that one out either, because now that's a classic. You know what I mean? You don't want to take a classic rock climbing either. You know, like 90s and 2000s. Those are like, you know, maybe the 2010s. Those are perfect to just build up, put some 35. Some people like to put big ones, doing serious rock climbing, put some 38s on there, whatever they do. I don't know what they do. Put even bigger ones, 40 whatevers. But like the problem with those old Jeeps though, and I guess you don't need a whole bunch of horsepower to do that stuff, but those old Jeeps, I mean, they were torquey though. The straight sixes they used to put in those 4-liter straight six, it was a very torquey motor. So I mean, it was designed for that reason, to rock climbing and stuff. That's why it was so torquey. But they weren't like powerful though. You know what I mean? But I mean, it got the job done for what you needed to do because of all that torque. But they were super bad in gas mileage, man. Like it was like 12 miles to the gallon, 11 miles to it was like the worst. My mom has one. I'm probably going to inherit that Jeep. She's got a 04 Jeep Unlimited, the first version. It was the Jeep Unlimiteds when they made them the 4 doors, the longer ones. It was the year before that when it was slightly longer, but it wasn't the 4 door, the 2 door. And they only made them for, I think, 2 years, and they switched it to the 4 door. It's a very desirable Jeep. She got a ton of miles on it, but it's got all rebuilt and shit. The only problem is that suspension. Like my dad put the lift on there, and it's like, I don't remember what he said. He did something, whatever one that he put on there. It's so fucking stiff. It's like there's no suspension, bro. It's so rough. It beats the hell out of you, dude. But I mean, it's cool Jeep, dude. You could go anywhere in it. It's got 33s on there. It's got like I don't know how much lift it's got. I think it's only got like a 3-inch lift with 33s, but you don't only really need 33s on a Jeep, because they're such short wheelbase. Like 33s look like, it looks like 37s on a truck, you know what I mean? Because they're so short wheelbase. But like they're not really that great in the snow because they're so short wheelbase that they're kind of squirrely. But like, taking to the mountains and stuff, that thing will go anywhere, bro. It's an automatic though. A lot of Jeeps are standards. My mom wanted the automatic. Hold on. I'm gonna read these comments here. Oh, your 72 is a 3 on the floor? Okay. That's cool. I like those little 3 speeds. That's a beauty. I love cars and trucks from the 30s. Oh yeah, I already read this one. Guys, I remember you were talking about my car before. Our GPA bought a 72 CJ5 brand new. We have the original sales slip. Yeah, dude, those CJ5s, those are like the extremely short wheelbase ones, dude. Those are like the ones that people like but they're like so short. They might be too short, dude. They're like equally short as they are wide or something. But the CJ7s were a little bit longer. You know what are the cool Jeeps, dude? Like, remember MASH? Is that like kind of, what year was MASH? That Jeep they had in there. Those things were cool. What's up, J Duel? Yeah, you love that car. Yeah, they aren't making any more like that, dude. Like, plus if it was G-Pass, what's a G-Pass? Those cars, like, they're safe, because they're made out of steel. They're like super sturdy, right? I think the reason why they made the cars, because when a car gets into a wreck, now they smash. I think they did that on purpose, right? So that like when you hit something or another car, it smashes, it has a little bit of give. Like those old cars, they didn't give, bro. So like you're safer in that car because all the newer cars, they do smash. So like you're actually safer in that one now. I mean, you'll just pummel through anything, bro. They're heavy as shit. Okay, right on, dude. Yeah, it's all good, man. You can be in here and play your game and shit. Let's see. I'm gonna put on some music or something.
My mind. 'Cause I feel like I'm losing 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 my mind. 'Cause I f
Mhm. Yeah, it's like grease lightning, dude. Do you want a wrench? Is that what you're trying to say? Do you want a wrench, Candace? I mean, I could give everyone a wrench in here. Just try to keep them not too much. I already gave wrenches away to people that don't even use them. It's like more of a status thing. Like Wade, yesterday I did a stream, the vertical ones. I was like, Wade, dude, help me out, bro. He like didn't do anything. I was like, dude, why do you even have a wrench, man? You're just like, I know it's a status thing, but come on, bud, help me out. I need someone kicked out of there. Okay, so you love those late 60s, early 70s muscle cars are your fave? Yeah, they're dope, dude. I love those cars too. American Muscle. Football was so fun. The nicest teacher was the meanest coach we had. As a coach, he had a dirty ass mouth, but in class he wouldn't say shut up or crap. That's funny, dude. That's cool. I like that. But that brings me back to that story. My stepdad, he said, "Oh, you guys have it easy," because he used to do stuff like he'd throw cones at us, bro. Like, because he had all the little cones, like they're like this big, little ones, to make the holes and stuff. And like, if we were like hitting like a pussy or something, dude, he would take his cone, he'd throw it at us and shit, and like hit your helmet and stuff, and like hurting us, but it could be in a pussy or whatever, you know what I mean? And like embarrass us in front of people. That's how it is, dude. It's like kind of like military style. That's what I'm saying. It toughened you up, man. And he's like, you think you have it bad, bro? Like when I was a kid, he said that his coach, they said if you got caught, like, some people, they're scared of contact. I was never this bad, but they're like super pussies, bro. And like you try to tackle someone and they would like pretend like they're trying to make out with them, dude. Those people, they're too scared to hit him, and then they'd like grab him like this and like, what are you doing? You're trying to make out with him? Hit him, right? And he said if we were doing stuff like that, dude, my coach had this doll. It was like this like little doll, dude, and like he would give you the doll and make you run a lap holding the doll because you're a girl. He's like, dude, I was like, what would happen if they did that shit like in today? Oh, dude, it'd be on the news, bro. Like that shit would be like, it would. Everyone would be all up in arms about it. But like, I mean, I thought that was good. I was like, that's a good fucking punishment, dude. Don't be a pussy, or you have to hold the little girl doll and go run a lap. I thought that was hilarious. 69 Impala and a 67 Impala. What about the 6.4? I don't really know that much about Impalas. They're a very desirable car, though. I mean, what's the difference really between a 6.4 and a 6.7 and a 6.9? There's a big difference. Oh, I gotta plug my computer in. Shit, on my cord's over here. Oh, come on. Oh, that's what it means. Okay, hold on. I saw your comment though. My first car was a 67 Mustang with 3 on the floor. It was a straight 6 though. Yeah, I see. Like, remember when they made those? Didn't they make like 4-banger Mustangs in the 80s or some shit? That shit was weak. My uncle has he's got a Mach. What's it called? A Mach 1? He's got a Mach 1, dude. I mean, I like Mustangs are dope, dude. They're classics. I just don't like Ford that much. I like Ford, like, Mustangs, but like I don't like I like Ford trucks even too, but the Ford cars, like the new Ford cars, dude, maybe they're not trash now, but like the ones 10 years ago, dude, transmissions would go out all the time. My sister had a Ford Fiesta, brand new. She went through 2 transmissions. And I had another friend who had a Ford, I don't know if it was a Fiesta, it was something like that, but they put out the same transmission in it. Her transmission went out, and then I had another friend who had a Ford ST. Remember those? The kind of the fast ones? And like, dude, he had a transmission go out. Like, it was like 5,000 miles, bro. His transmission went out. He was all proud of his car, posting on Facebook. And then he got it, he's, transmission went out. And then he got to get a new one. It's under warranty, of course. And then like at 10,000 miles, transmission went out. He's like, fuck this car. He sold it, dude. And he got a fucking Jeep Cherokee. He's like, fuck this car. I was like, yeah, dude, that's whatever. Because the trucks are fine. Whatever transmission they were putting in those things were straight up trash. Ash was the 70s. Jeep was probably, it was a Willys. Yeah, it was a Willys. Because that MASH took place, it was in the 70s, but it took place not in the 70s though. It was like the 50s, right? The Korean War. That's the Jeep they used, that Willys, bro. 2000 Monte Carlo, that'd be clean, dude. I love those Monte Carlos, look dope. Yeah, what they have, like a 350 in them. Yeah, grandpa's. Yeah, wrenches responsibility. I mean, I don't really ever need people with wrenches in here. The only time I need them, like people to block people and shit, is if I'm doing those vertical streams, because then people come in the shorts feed and start saying dumb stuff. That's the only time I need people with wrenches in here. Oh, 67, a bit more streamlined and less boxy than the 64. Also, the show Supernatural made 67 Impala somewhat more coveted. Is that what a word? What is it? I mean, coveted than other years? Coverted? The 69 was a typo. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. So that's why people like the 6 Foes, because they're boxy, like box Chevy, because that's what it's good for, throwing some Daytons on there. Mustangs are my fave. Don't care for Ford. Camaro over Mustang any day, but I could afford the Stang. Yeah. You don't care for Ford? Camaro over Mustang any day? But you do love Mustangs though? Well, hold on. You said Camaro over Mustang, but Mustangs are your fave. Oh, they aren't my fave. Sorry. They aren't my fave. Don't care for Ford. But you could afford the Stang. Yeah, I like Camaros too. I'd always just liked Chevy better. But like the 3 cars, you got the newer ones, you got the Mustang, you got the Camaro, and you got the Challenger. You got the Charger, and then you got the Challenger. But the Challenger is the dope one, dude. That, out of all those cars, I'd want the Challenger, bro. With the Hellcat motor in it and all that. Those are dope. I actually I did a rent-a-car. I got a Challenger, but it was the V6. But dude, even the V6, bro, it was like 350 horsepower or something, naturally aspirated. It was fast. I had to go in like 120 down I-25. It was governed. I think it was governed at like 120. I was bummed. I had my Volvo at like 120. It claims to be governed at 155. And dude, at 120, bro, it was driving clean, bro. And I don't want to get it too much faster because I don't want to wreck it. But was that 120? I think I was at 120. Maybe I was at 140. But that car is so fast, dude. Like, it would go, I don't even know what the top speed is. They claim it's governed at 155. I couldn't imagine it being much faster than that, though. With that inline 5, but who knows what the real top speed was. Like my truck, I think it's governed. I don't know if I've ever had it. I think I have had it top speed. Guys, like they want to see what their vehicles can do. Most guys, they want to see what it can do. And so I've pretty much taken all my cars. I think my truck is governed at 110. I was sad. I was like, damn, I gotta get rid of this thing, dude. It's so stupid, man. Like, when you're getting it, and then all of a sudden, like, it feels like it like drops into a lower gear or some shit, and like keeps you from going any faster. So stupid. Why even do that? You're already going 110. Like, what's even the point? At that point, you know what I mean? You might as well just govern it at 75 if that's the issue. That's the fastest you can go in the United States. You might as well just do it that way then. Yeah, Charger is Dodge. Dodge Charger. But I mean, the Chrysler Challenger, it's Dodge too. Well, Dodge is owned by Chrysler, and Chrysler owns Jeep too. And I heard that Mercedes is owned by Chrysler now too, I think, right? Been for a while, I think. I like to drive fast. Had a Blazer governed at 95. Yeah. I had one of my first cars. Actually, it was my first car. I was 18 years old by the time I finally got my license. My mom wouldn't let me get my license because I was too irresponsible. I was always in trouble, so I had to wait till I was 18. And my grandpa, he gave me a lot of cars. He gave me this car, and it was in like 2000, 2001. And I think it was 2001. There was a 93. It was a 93 Grand Am, little four banger. And my best friend, Jason, I've talked about him before. He had also a 93 Grand Am. His was red, mine was gray, but his was the 6-cylinder. But like, once it got into the power band, his car was not faster than mine. It was the same, but mine off the line was like slow as fuck. It was like really geared weird. He would dust me, but once we got into the power band, he couldn't care. If I hit the gas first on him with that four banger, he couldn't catch up to me. It was the same power. But I tested that one out. It was governed at like 105 because I was trying to get home from a rave. We're going to a rave. I think it was in Colorado Springs or something far away. And I was trying to drive back to Denver. I was trying to get back soon. I couldn't go faster than 105. I was sad. But that one blew a head gasket. I was all acting weird, and I popped the hood, dude, and there's fucking green shit all over the motor. I was like, fuck. That shit's toast. That lasted me like 3 months. I had a bumping system in there. Yeah, rural Montana. I heard that they were the first that they got rid of. I think it was 1995. They got rid of the speed limits, and they saw no increase in speed related fatalities. It's the same, right? You heard about that? That's why I say speed limits are stupid. It doesn't make people drive. I mean, it's already illegal for me to go 105 in my car that I was doing anyways. It's not stopping people from doing it, but it doesn't mean that everyone's going to go 105 now. So those 4-cylinder Grand Ams are fast and better gas mileage. I had one, but mine was stick. It was fast off the line. Really, mine was slow off the line. But I did drive this Grand Prix. What was it? I think it was a 97 or a 99 Grand Prix. And it was turbocharged. Dude, that shit was fast. Super fast. One of the fastest cars I ever drove. And then I drove my boss's, it was a 99 Corvette. It just had a 350 in it, naturally aspirated, but it was like 350 horsepower. But those Corvettes, they don't weigh that much, dude. They're just little cars. It was fast as fuck, man. The thing was so fast. And then the fastest car I ever drove was my friend I was talking about. He had the Cadillac CTS-V with the Z06 motor in it. It was like 550 horsepower. The V8, I don't know if it's a 350. I think it's a 350, right? Or a 327. Supercharged. That shit was fast. Like, I thought my Volvo was fast because I did, and it was fast. It was faster than most of the cars on the road, but I thought it was fast until I drove that, and then I drove my car again. I was like, dude, this just seems like slow now. There's something weird about like turbo cars. Because my mom had this car, it was this Chrysler, and it was like 300 horsepower, but it was naturally aspirated. And I know my car was 300 horsepower, but I know mine was tuned and everything else, but it just felt like extremely much faster than my mom's. And it's something about that turbo, like when it kicks in, you know, and then it just like sucks you back in the seat, bro. Something about it. I feel like even if it's the same horsepower, if it's turbo, it seems to be faster. I don't know if it's like in my head. We had to replace the head gasket in your Monte Carlo. That ate up a quick grand. But I mean, once you blow the head gasket, your motor's toast though. Right? Because mine blew and there was fucking antifreeze all over the place, dude. And like that was a wrap on that. I ended up junking that car for like $200. Had some guy come pick it up. Matt's off-road recovery? No, I don't watch Matt's. You know what I do watch though? You ever watch what's that? Is it Whistling? That kid that has that Duramax, dude, the monster truck. It's like a Whistling Diesel or something like that. You ever seen that guy? He's got like, he'll go in like in the mud and shit. And he'll go like in the water and shit. And like, he's like literally on water, like a boat and shit. But his tire, he like stays floating. You seen that? Yeah, it's Whistling Diesel, yeah. He's got like millions of subscribers. Mine blew, engine was fine, just needed a new head gasket. Okay. They told me that like once your head gasket blows, it's a wrap. But, you know, kind of like when you have, what's that thing? What's the belt that you have to get done? Not a serpentine belt. It's the one that you have to take, like, you always replace your, what do you replace? Your fuel pump at the same time because you got to like drop the motor and all that shit. But if that goes, then it's a wrap too. You're supposed to get it done like every like 100,000 miles usually or something. Just in case, because if it goes, then you're screwed. What's the name of that belt? So you sound like you know a lot about cars. Can anyone tell me what this means? So my car blows out a huge cloud of smoke. Timing belt. Yes, you do know a lot about cars. Yeah, timing belt. You're right. Who can tell me what this means when it blows out this color cloud of smoke? Oh, not that one. Big ass white cloud of smoke. Does anyone know what that means? You know what that means, Candace? Yeah, everyone got it. I knew it was timing belt, but I just forgot. Burning oil. Like there's different colors of smoke. Like if it burns black smoke, I think that means it's burning oil. But that was like white smoke. I mean, I know what I think it is, but I want to hear what everyone else thinks. Everyone was in there with timing belt. White smoke is burning oil. Oh, you might be right. Because, you know, that Volvo, I used to go through, it said in the owner's manual that if it went through 2 quarts of oil per oil change, that was like within spec. And even the guy used to take this place called Volvo Specialist, and they were like only Volvos. And like he had a Volvo S60R, the head guy there or whatever. and he used to, you know, he had a really fast one and all kinds of like upgraded turbo, and he had a stage 2 clutch and all kinds of stuff. And he was like, that even seems like a lot. Maybe it was like 1.75 or something. But mine used to, I remember, used to burn like, I used to burn like 1.5 quarts of oil every oil change. I was like, so maybe that is what it is. It's burning oil. It's just like the way they run. But you know what they told it? Yeah, the coolant is another one too. Another color of smoke. It could be coolant. But the guy, I think white smoke is coolant and black smoke is oil. But the guy at Volvo Specialist said, oh, it's because it's running rich. Because those Volvos, they run rich. And another thing that my shit used to do when I put the exhaust on it, it would backfire. And I liked it. It was badass. And some people, my friend was like, dude, your shit's backfiring. You get that checked out. And I was like, no, it's normal. Because I thought the same thing too. I took it back to the exhaust place. I was like, dude, ever since it was backfiring, I thought I had something banging around in my trunk. I was like, what the fuck? And then I figured out, I was like, this shit's backfiring. I took it back to them. He's like, oh yeah, it's not normal. And he's like, let me have my guy here. He has an S60R too. Go take a test drive with him. And he was driving it, and he's like, oh yeah, man, mine does the same thing, dude. He's like, usually when you first hit the gas, and he was like trying to make it do it, and it wasn't doing it. And he's like, mine does the same thing, bro. As soon as I put the exhaust on it, backfires too. I was like, all right, as long as it's like not something wrong with it, it's fine. I don't care. But like, it was cool. It sounded tight, dude. But it stopped doing it. Like it got used to it or something. I don't know. But like the first, 10,000 miles, it would backfire, but then it just never backfired again. Black smoke indicates running rich. Okay, so that wasn't running rich then. Because I know, but those cars, they do run rich. So maybe it was just burning oil then. Because I know it burned oil like a mug, dude. Like I said, like, almost 2 quarts of oil every oil change. And I used to get my oil changed every 3,000 miles with full synthetic. And then I stopped doing that. I was like, because I know you can't be like lax on your oil changes with turbo cars. But I was like, I push it to 7,500. Like I change my oil in my truck with full synthetic every 7,500. And they claim you could probably go like 10,000, but sometimes even more. But I don't want to push it that far. But I remember the guy at Volvo Specialist like, dude, you're better off running just regular conventional oil and changing every 3,000 than trying to push 7,500 out of it, full synthetic. And I was like, yeah, I don't know, dude, I don't think so. So what do you guys think about that? I mean, if you run full synthetic, even in a turbo car, you get away with 7,500, right? I think what I run in there, I ran the Mobile. I think I was Mobile 1. I think I ran that purple shit in there too before. Running rich will burn oil and backfire. Yeah, that's what it is then. Because I remember somebody else was telling me about that running rich also causes the backfire. So that's what it is. And you got it, dude. You're like the girl in here knows the most. So yeah, it was running rich and it was burning oil at the same time. That's why it would running rich and burn oil and backfire. Or running rich will burn oil and backfire. So it was running rich was the issue with that. And a bluish color smoke is burning oil according to Google, but I'm no expert. Okay. Bluish. Yeah, John, bluish is oil. I pictured it as white though. So that's what it was then. It was just running rich. But running rich also causes it to burn oil. But you know what I used to do? You guys know about E85? It's the flex fuel. I used to run E85 in there. You can run E85 pretty much in any car. The flex fuel stuff, like, some people say it's bad for the O-rings or whatever, but like if it was made after 92, it's fine. I mean, I don't know if I would run a full tank of E85, but I mean, you could throw 5-6 gallons in there. You know what I mean? It's fine. It's not going to hurt it. I've done it a bunch of times. I used to do it to the Volvo because E85 is 110 octane. And so, like I said, it was a cheaper because that 100 octane I was buying was like $10 a gallon, bro. And this was back in the day. Who knows how much it'd be now? But I was like, if I run like 6 gallons of E85, it was boom, it was like a race car, bro. And so I was doing that, but then like those cars are so finicky, man. Like it wasn't tuned for it. So after like 50 miles, it would throw a check engine light, and then The only way to get the check, and then whenever I threw a check engine light, I would go down to 7 pounds of boost. Because it was really spiking it like up to 24 pounds of boost, bro. Like sometimes it was usually around 17, 19, but like sometimes it would go to like 24. But as soon as I threw a check engine light, 7 pounds of boost, man. It was like night and day different. It was so slow. And I was still getting some boost. So I naturally aspirated. That car would have been so slow. But so what I have to do is run all the E85 out, and then I fill it up with a regular 91, which is the highest we can get. And then run it for, 20, 30 miles, and then it would kick off and it'd be back to normal. But I used to have this thing on it too. I remember one time I was racing this other S60R, and he beat me, dude. And like, I don't know if he had more done on his than mine, but I think it was a couple years newer, but it shouldn't have mattered too much. But I had a good jump on them. I know how to launch those cars because they're very finicky, and I think I fucked it up too, because you can't just like rev the motor and then dump the clutch on it, dude. Like it'll break. Has like some very parts on it that, and I did that a couple times, and I think I ended up fucking it up. But I sold it all fucked up anyways. But you can't do that. Like you got to kind of like ride the clutch, you know what I mean, a little bit, hit the gas and kind of like slowly let out the clutch, and then like it's just a weird thing, and then you guys like, then all of a sudden let it out, and it just like launches you, dude. And I did a fucking great launch because those cars have really bad turbo lag, and I fucking got ahead of him, dude. And I was beating him, but then his car was faster. It's the same car. I don't know what he had to his, but he started catching up to me, dude. And I didn't shift in time. I think my red line was like 6,700 or something. I was up at like 7,200, dude. And I didn't shift because I was trying to get ahead of him. And whenever I would do that, because I've done that a couple times, it didn't throw a check engine light, but it would fucking, after that, it would like not let me get past 7 pounds of boost. It was like some type of protection thing. And I had to drive it like so many starts or whatever at 7 pounds of boost, and then it would go back to normal. But I've done that a couple times. Fucking didn't shift fast enough. Yeah, I think you're right. It did when I let off the gas. Was it when I let off or when I hit the gas? I can't remember, but it was something like that. Because if you have leftover gas not burnt, so it backfires and explodes, that's unused fuel. Okay. Because you have leftover gas. Okay. I don't know if it used oil because it runs rich, or runs rich because it's using oil. Well, if you don't know, no one knows. But yeah, luckily, I would just take it in there to oil change, and they topped me off, because after like 3,000 miles, I had to go make sure I went and got it topped off. So it'd be low. 3,000 miles, I was like 3/4 of a quart low on oil, dude. I think it was, yeah, because it was about a quart and a half every 7,500 miles that I would be low. So I just go in the top them off, or so I'd have my own quart too, just in case, just there. I keep oil in my truck too. My truck doesn't really burn oil. Very slightly. It's leaking oil now. Like not a lot, but like a teeny bit. I was at Sweet Tea's house and I noticed that it was leaking oil. And so I didn't want to park on her driveway anymore. I like parked in the rocks. I don't want to fuck up her. I don't know if she noticed it, but she has oil on her driveway now. Got to mark. I'm like, Loaf, got to mark your driveway. I should go there and like just let it drip oil on there. You're marked. I mean, other guys that come over there, who the fuck's this shit? Oh, that's my ex. Just kidding. We're not broken up yet. Black exhaust smoke typically indicates your engine is burning too much fuel, potentially due to a rich fuel air mixture. a clogged air filter, or issues with fuel injectors or the fuel pressure regulator. See, mine didn't throw a black exhaust though. It was always like a whiter exhaust or a whiter cloud. And I used to run that 44K in it too. You guys ever run that? And it ran so good. It had so much more horsepower. I don't know if that added a lot of octane to it or what the deal was, but like it ran so great with that. But it's only, it's a little teeny can. Like I can never, those like octane boosters. It says, oh, it raises at 12 points or whatever. Like 12 points is like 0.1 is at 12 points. So like if it raises at 12 points and you're running a 91 octane, now you're running a 92.2 octane. It's not that much. Or, if you got good gas, 93, because we only get 91 out here because it's higher altitude. You don't need the high octane. We got shitty gas. So that's just kind of a waste of money, dude, because like, it's just a little teeny thing for 20 gallons of gas or whatever. But that purple one works pretty good though. The purple worked good. And it would raise it like a couple full actual points. It would like 20 points or whatever they said. So if I put 91, it would be like a 93. I could notice it. So I used to buy that one. Because, it got too expensive trying to put race fuel in your car every time. If I put, 8 gallons of race fuel in there, $80 just for that, and then fill the rest with 91. I'd do it if I was like going out somewhere and I wanted to, make sure I was fast for the day or whatever. But then I said like the E85. You can get those Volvos. Some people would get them tuned for E85 though. If I was going to do it again, I would get it tuned for E85 because then that's cheap. E85 is cheap, bro. It's way cheaper than regular unleaded or super or premium unleaded. But it does get worse gas mileage though. But that's worth it, dude, to have all that extra horsepower and just have, not get as good a gas mileage. It's cheaper than putting 100 octane in there, at $10 a gallon. You do the work yourself. You don't look, you don't look dykey at all. You look girly. You do all the work on your art. That's cool. Are you a tomboy? You don't hear girls saying that they do all the work themselves. I mean, I guess, Sweetie's the same way. She doesn't work on her cars, but she's misfix it and do everything herself, like around the house stuff. Yeah, I did that at Sweetie's house because she has cat litter. I remember it was my Cadillac DTS. It was leaking oil like a mug, dude, and all over her thing, and I put cat litter on there. The cheap day litter. I used whatever cat litter she had, and it worked. Got rid of it. Let it sit on there. Oh, it was probably blue, but it just looked white. I always called the blue white. Thought it was the same till now. Yo, what up? What up, Killamilla? Don't buy the cheap gas. I had a 91 Firebird, and if I used cheap gas, I would get 5 miles per gallon. But if I used EP, Amco, or Exxon, I could get 15. 91 Firebird, was it naturally aspirated? Because I know that they claim that, number one, 91 is the best I could get out here, the best, and it would be fine. But like the guy that sold me the car, he told me like, dude, you can't buy cheap gas. You have to put 91 in this, but also you can't be getting 7-Eleven gas. Sometimes 7-Eleven gas is good. It depends on who they're, but if you got like those off-brand, grab and go or like mini mart things or whatever, like they got cheap gas, you can't put that in there. It has to be like, Amoco, Conoco, BP, King Supers is good gas too. King Supers is our Kroger. Kroger gas is good. But yeah, you can't put like cheap brand. I know you can't put cheap brand gas in there. Not tomboy, but I'm not paying someone to do something I can do myself. Hey, I don't need no man. You're one of those I don't need no man chicks, huh? I mean, good for you, dude. I mean, sometimes it's for me, sometimes convenience is worth paying. You know, like I said, like when I did my spark plugs and it took me, half the day to figure it out. Like I could have just taken it in, because time's money too. Time's valuable. So that's why I did my own brakes. My stepdad helped me. We did my brakes together I had an Acura TL, did the brakes. I can do stuff like that. It's just when you take it into a mechanic, dude, like that's what they do for a living. Like they just do that shit all the time. That boom, they get you in and out. Like you're trying to figure it out yourself and you got to watch a YouTube video. Okay, what do I do now? And like, it takes fucking forever, bro. Because I'm not used, I'm the only one I'll do for 10 years or whatever, however many years, 5 years or something. If I do it all myself, those guys do those like several of those a week, so they're fast. That's the only thing. Yo, what's up, Wade? I was talking shit about you earlier, bro. Just kidding. I was, though. I was talking about how bad of a mod you were. Candace impressed me every time. She keeps getting better and better. Yeah, dude. Candace is the shit, bro. And she thinks like a guy. Remember I told you think like a guy, and now you're doing your own work on your cars. You're proving my point. I'm just kidding. I mean, I love you, bro. I'm just, like I said, guys are, we only make fun of people that we like. If I didn't like you, then I won't even make fun of you. I just block you. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I used for Sweet Tea's, for her driveway that I messed up on the Cadillac. I'll use the kitty litter, then take a 2-foot piece of a 2x4 and rub it, then sweep it up. Yeah, that's what I would do. Just rub it in with your foot. Well, I would just set it on there and just let it sit for a while. Just let it sit for a day. And then you come in there and rub it in and then sweep it off. Oh, you're a retired auto tech, 30 years experience? Dang. See, like, mechanics, they make a lot of money, but like, I used to think mechanics make a lot of money, but they don't make as much as construction guys. I was figuring out, like, I don't know how much they make now, but like when I was an electrician, it wasn't that long ago, 5 years ago. I think mechanics only made like $27 an hour or something like that. No, it's not bad. But like, journeyman electricians, they would start out like the minimum was like $30 an hour. So that's just like when you first get your license, like mandatory $30, and then you go from there. So I was like, oh man, they don't make as much. And, being a mechanic is difficult, dude, because you have so many different brands of vehicles. Like even if you're a doctor, you got male and female, right? And even male and female, everything's the same except for the genitals, pretty much. I mean, there's a couple other things, some hormonal differences, but everything is the same. But like when you have to work on all these different brands of cars, everything's different. You know what I mean? It's harder. Like electricity, everything's pretty much the same. It's not much difference. So it is difficult. And then, and that's another trade. You got to have all your own tools, man. You got to buy all your own tools. You got tons of sockets. That's the thing. You got to have tons of sockets. You don't even have to have a socket wrench set as an electrician. You can. I had this little one that I got finally, but it's not really necessary. We don't really need that shit that much. I made 10 times more as a third-year apprentice than I did as a ASE Master Tech. Okay. I didn't know that you were an electrician too, bro. Yes, that's what I'm saying, bro. They don't make it like as much as they should. I feel like they should make more, man. I mean, car repairs are already expensive as fuck. If they paid everyone more, I mean, that would just go up even higher. Yeah, a third year out here, I don't know where you're from, but out here, a third year makes, shit, what are you making? Like $22 an hour? back when I was doing it, third year. And then if you're doing side jobs, I mean, like I said, you could make like 80 grand a year being a third year apprentice if you're doing side jobs, bro. You know, but then like fourth years, I was a fourth year when I quit, and I was making like 24, 25 bucks an hour or something, I think. Somewhere in there. You know, it was like livable, dude. Even in Colorado, it's not that livable, but I mean, I wasn't like struggling, had my bills paid. But you know, if I'm doing side work though, dude, like I pick up side jobs, and I would always try to make like $100 an hour when I quote the job out. Like, how many hours is it going to take me? Okay, I want to make it so I'm making $100 an hour, because even at $100 an hour, if they were to hire a company to come in, they're charging them $200 an hour. So it's still a 50% discount for them. And guess what? They're going to send the same guy just like me in there to do the same work. You know what I mean? Except they might have, I was never like a journeyman though. So they might have, you know, a journeyman in there with an apprentice doing the work for them. But I mean, as a fourth year, I could pretty much do a lot of shit. Depends on what I'm doing. You know, there was some stuff that I couldn't do. I don't feel comfortable doing, but I could pretty much do anything else that like some guy wanted on his house to be done, you know? That's simple stuff. Yeah. Yep. That's what Killa just said. I used to make average $700 a week. My tool bill was $300 a week. Damn, $300 a week on tools? What the hell are you buying? See, like if you have to spend money like that, they should just fucking like. I always thought as an electrician, bro, like they should buy us shit. Like I can understand making you have to buy, like you got to buy your own power tools, you got to have your own wrenches, you got to have your own linemans, you know, wire cutters, stuff like that. But I always thought they should provide us with stuff that wears out. Like they should buy us drill bits. I shouldn't have to buy drill bits because they wear out. They get dull and shit. I got to keep buying them. You know, like the tips, like your Phillips tips and shit for your impact. They should just provide us with those. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. So I was like, dude, why do I have to use this? It's not, I know my tools are making me money too, but like, I just feel like that kind of shit, they should just buy us. And you know, like I was non-union though. The union guys, they don't even have to buy their own tape measures, bro. They just, everything, they power tools, all that shit. Like we had to buy our own benders. Like I didn't want to buy a bender because, I mean, when am I going to even need a bender for a side job? You know what I mean? Like people don't want pipe brand. Maybe they do, I guess, but usually they want MC. So, and I had the bare minimum. I remember I had a 1/2-inch bender. My 1/2-inch bender was two benders. I have two benders. I don't even know if they're in my storage unit. I had the I went with the dope. I always get the top of the line shit. I didn't get a Klein one. I got what's the other one, bro? Or were you? I don't know if you ran pipe. Did you have Killa? Did you have it was the blue one. Klein was the orange shoe, and then the blue one was another brand, really good brand, electrical brand. I can't remember what it was. But I had those ones. They were expensive, dude. They were like, it was like $80 for a 3/4-inch bender, and the Klein ones were like 40. It's like double the price. But I liked that brand. Yeah. Saw blades, like your Sawzall and like your bandsaw, that shit too, man. I mean, I usually get, you know, a few months out of my bandsaw blade. But, you know, then they start getting dull and they suck, dude. Like, my friend was like, I just fucking keep it on there until they break. And, like, I would do that sometimes, but, like, man, they started to get sucky, bro. I'm like, no, fuck you. I just want to put a brand new one on. Because you only get a brand new bandsaw blade and, oh, it just goes right through it. So nice. So I would just change them early. Fuck that. And they weren't too terribly expensive. I remember, I think it was like $15 for a 3-pack. You know, and they'd last me, I get, you know, month or two out of each one. So I don't have to, it's not that much money, you know, $30 a year, 30 or $45 a year. But still, I mean, they should buy your bandsaw blades or your Sawzall blades, you know? Oh, you're a plumber though. The same pay scale now. I'm a master plumber with my. Oh, you got your own company, everything. Yeah. See, my cousin is a plumber too, but he's a pipe fitter, which is like a plumber, but a little bit different, you know. But he's a plumber too, though. But like he works for the union in Albuquerque. And dude, he used to ball out of control, man. He used to came out here to Denver, they travel, make you travel and shit. And he would stay at my mom's house. And I mean, he come out here and I don't remember what he's making. I think he made like 36 bucks an hour back then. I don't know what he makes now, but he was just a journeyman. He never wanted to be, foreman and shit. He's like, no, I just want to go in there and do my work and be done, bro. But he was still balling though, like, because they paid you a lot when you travel, and then you get overtime. He has a ton of overtime that he was making. And now he actually teaches in the schools. He's a teacher. I remember seeing his paychecks though. He used to remember because he was on. I told you guys he was the one that was always in trouble with the law, and he went to prison and shit. And he said like, because everyone thought he was going to be nothing, dude. He's never going to make anything of himself and shit. And that's what they thought. He was a fuck up, He's like a gang member and shit. But then he did make something of himself, and like it was because of prison too. So there's sometimes prison can help you out because he started learning the trade in prison, and I think he got like all of his schooling done in prison, bro, to be a plumber. And then he came out and got a job with the union. He got all his hours in, got his journeyman's license. And he said that he said he could see the look on the face of his probation or his parole officer because you had to bring in your pay stub and shit. And, most of those guys are, they're working at McDonald's or something, dude. And like, he would look at his pay stub and like, he knew that he was making more. Like my cousin knew that he was making more than the probation officer. And like, that fucking, because, those probation officers, dude, they're like cops. Some of them they're like power tripping and they want to have authority over you and shit. Right. But then like, they see this guy is all tattooed up and shit, and then like brings his paycheck stub in. It's like double what you make. You're like, fuck. I'm trying to tell this guy like I'm his dad and shit, but guy makes double what I make. Yeah, they're pretty much the same. Like plumbers, electricians, and HVAC guys all make roughly the same amount of money. I mean, I think plumber and electrician are probably the hardest. I'm not saying that HVAC's not hard, but I mean, HVAC works with air, you know. Plumbers work with water, a little bit more intricate. Electricians work with electricity. I think that's the most dangerous for sure. But there's a lot more science involved when you're dealing with electricity than even water or air. So I have always said that I believe that you have to be the smartest to be an electrician. And I'm not like saying I'm super smart because I wasn't even a good electrician. I was decent, but a lot of the shit that they would teach us in school, man, it was hard. I struggled in school. It was hard shit to learn, bro. But I mean, I know like plumbers ain't no joke either, though. It's less dangerous though. But like, I know that like the voltage is like equivalent to water pressure, right? So you have water pressure as a plumber. That's what voltage is, guys. So like I say, like volts don't kill you. It's the amps. So like voltage, if it's like 120 volts, lower volt, you got 277, you got 480, 480 is for like big mechanical stuff, maybe like 277 is like your washer and dryer. But like, that's like the water pressure. It's how fast, like how much pressure it is pushing the power to it. That's what volts are. So, it hurts more, but like, it's still the amps that kill you, but you're more likely to get killed with a higher voltage because it's pushing it more of those amps in faster. You know what I mean? So like, it's like putting your head in a fucking, water pressure that's spraying tons of water in your face. That's going to be more painful than something that's kind of just barely dripping on you, right? The water is the actual thing that kills you, right? Like the water is like the amps, but like the pressure of the water is also going to determine that, right? Oh, you're a service plumber? See, like, so you're a service plumber. So do you have to do those occasional, like, go and like unclog people's toilets and shit and like snake out their toilet and shit? That's the only thing that I would hate about that job. Like being like a commercial plumber, where or even a residential plumber where you're like installing the equipment, you're not dealing with that. But like if you're a service plumber, then you got to deal with that kind of shit. It's like kind of dirty. But like opposite with electrician, if you're a service electrician, that's like the easy life. I remember I worked for this company. It was a smaller company. And I went on this guy with my foreman for like a service job. Like for the day I got to hang out with him. He was the service guy. That shit was the easiest shit ever, bro. Like we didn't get dirty. We weren't digging ditches. We weren't like with the drywall guys, because we get, on the job site, you get dirty, not from my shit, but like from the drywallers, all their dust and shit. But it was so fucking easy. We're like, went in there, some business, they needed like their sign, the lamp change out of their sign. And we kind of checked it out and then went to Home Depot. We're there for like a couple hours trying to find the right light and shit. And then we bought it and drove back and like climbed up on the roof and swapped it out, dude. And like the day was over, man. It was like the easiest shit I ever did. I'm like, dude, fucking service electrician is easy, bro. Because that's what people think that electricians are. They think they're just service electricians. They come in there, with their little meter and then, they're not dirty at all and, test some wires out and that's what they do. But people don't understand that there's somebody that has to install the equipment too. So somebody has to dig a ditch, and run all this PVC underneath the ground and run these wires in. And then, you got to install the equipment too. You got to put all your boxes and you got to hang your light fixtures. I think that my shit I like doing a wall rough the most. It was my favorite. Running pipe got fun sometimes too, but sometimes it was like a pain in the ass. When you get good at it, it's fun running pipe, but running pipe on its own is an entire trade, bro. Like learning how to run, they call it conduit, but it's not conduit. It's EMT. That's a whole trade on its own. It's a whole skill you have to master. That's why they say that commercial electricians, shit all over residential guys because they don't do that. It's very easy to go from commercial to residential. It's not as easy to go from residential to commercial because of the pipe. Residential, it's all, what's that stuff called? Because we call it MC in commercial, but it's different in residential. It's not MC, it's like what the fuck is it called? I gotta think of it now. MC is like metallic something. It's like a flexible, like spring looking thing, has wires in it. Romex is what it's called. Romex. Yo, keep it the list. What up, dog? I saw you. I was watching an old video, dude, and I saw you on one of K-Dot's videos. I was like, ugh. He's a K-Dot fan. But what's up, man? Good to see you, dog. Water pressure and head pressure, then pounds of pressure for gas. Okay. I don't know. Oh, because you do gas too. Okay. Recite Ohm's law. Yeah, I have all my notes back there. Like, I know like the difference, like what it is. Like I know watts is power, and then volts is, like I said, it's like the water pressure. It's not what we call it though, but that's what that is. And, I have all my notes back there. I don't know what it. I have to relook at all that shit. I volunteered one summer to help run conduit in a 100-plus-year-old church damaged in Hurricane Katrina. Oh, really? Do you live out there in New Orleans, bro? You ran conduit? Was it EMT? Because conduit, people refer to EMT as conduit. It's like aluminum pipe, but it's not technically conduit, as they say. Was it EMT that you were running? Service plumbers get paid hella more. We're like surgeons, while the rough-in guys are more like general doctor. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, because you got to troubleshoot and stuff, right? So it's a little bit different skill. You know what I mean? Is that what you're saying? I can see that. Yeah, so like a service electrician would probably be the same. You know, they'd be a little bit. I feel like the service electrician guys probably get paid less. Maybe the more, I don't know. Like if you work for a company that does service and install, they probably make more money on the install stuff, like ground up buildings, than they would like service stuff. But it's still leaving money on the ground, on the table. You got to do that too. I just know that service is so much easier, at least for electricians wise. The only thing I didn't like, that's why I liked rough-in, dude, because like when you do rough-in, the building is built. You know what I mean? So like you're indoors. You know, if it's hot as fuck though, it's still hot. It's summertime, it's hot no matter what, because there's no air, no air conditioning. So you're in this building, it's hot, but you don't have the sun beating down on you. And then if it's cold, sometimes the general contractors, they'll put, you know, those heaters in there, those propane heaters and shit. So it's not necessarily super cold. So that's what I liked. But like, I didn't like the part when we're starting out, bro, and you got to be digging ditches, man, running PVC. That was like my least favorite thing to do. I hated ground ups. I liked it to go in there once they had it all framed out and everything, dude, and then I could go in there and just do the wall rough, you know, or run pipes. But my favorite part was trim. Trim is like, you know, when you're hanging the lights and putting the receptacles in, you're hanging the ceiling fans, all that stuff. That's like when you're not getting dirty at all. You're just, now you're like, I like, you know, hooking the wires up, hooking it all up. You know, I felt like I was doing something smart. Digging a ditch doesn't seem like I'm very smart. You know, and then they got the little mini X's, you know. I never ran one of those, but the mini X to help dig, or the little trench digger things. I never did those. Oh, it came across those 100-pound spools in Texas. Yeah, so it was like, I know what you're talking about. Was it orange? For the underground stuff. It was, you were working underground then. So that's underground. Is that what you did? Because, you know, like PVC is underground too. There's big, you know, there's usually 10-foot sticks, and then you have to glue them together, piece them together. But like, you can run by code, you can run in the ceilings and shit, PVC. You do the whole job on PVC by code. But people usually use it for like underground. It's cheaper, it's underground, and like it doesn't get dirt in there, so that's why you do it that way. But like in the ceiling, it's cheaper too, but like, you know, you don't usually want to use, that would be a pain in the ass to, you know, if you got to do a 90, you know, a 90, and you got to fucking bend the PVC, bro, you'd have to like sit there with your little heater thing, you know what I mean, get it all loose, and then go up in the ceiling and hold it up there and hold it there for a while, and then it wouldn't look as good. If you got exposed ceilings, forget that, it's going to look like trash. That's why most people use MC, because it's cheaper though, but it doesn't look as nice. Right on, man. Hey, appreciate you, dog, for coming in, dude. Good night, man. Yeah, so all right, cool, man. We're talking a lot about electrician stuff, I guess. Construction stuff again. Talked about that last night a little bit. I think it was last night or the night before. But what's your guys' favorite power tools? You know, a lot of people use DeWalt. It's kind of like the all-around tool, power tool. Drywallers like it, plumbers like it, HVAC guys like it. It's less Makita. You talked about that last time, right? You liked Makita. Makita is good. That other one I found out, I thought of it. The other one I was thinking of It's like the lighter green. It's a green one too. They sell it at Home Depot. Fuck, I can't think of it now. It's like more of a light. It's like this color. It's this color green, and like this blanket. What's the name of that? Ryobi. Ryobi. Ryobi's not as good. Ryobi's okay. It's like just above like Harbor Freight shit, and then Makita is pretty good, and then Milwaukee and DeWalt, and then it goes up to like Hilti. But electricians more like Milwaukee. That's why I got Milwaukee stuff, because when I was a first year, I didn't have any power tools. I just had my bare. I spent like $400 on tools to get started, and I just had like hand tools and shit like that. So I mean, if you want to get fully tooled up, I mean, that's going to cost thousands, bro. So they just required you to have a little bit of stuff, and then everyone had Milwaukee, so I was like, well, I'll get Milwaukee then. But like, you know, some guys have DeWalt, but for whatever reason, electricians like Milwaukee, and you can tell that they. I don't know if Milwaukee has a target market or like they target towards electricians, and that's what attracts electricians to Milwaukee, or if electricians just like Milwaukee and that's why Milwaukee targets towards electricians, right? Because they have tools that are like specific to electricians. Like they make those wire pullers and shit. They make all kinds of like stuff. They make like their linemen's with like wire pullers, like not wire pullers, fish tape pullers and shit. So, all right, on, dude. We got a Milwaukee guy in here. I like Milwaukee. I mean, DeWalt's good too, though. Like, I'm not gonna say it's orange. Is it? Oh shit! I thought it was like this color. Any power tool that works. I'm not picky. I use a brush kit only on my Black & Decker drill to clean showers and tubs. Dude, you know, Black & Decker used to be like top of the line, bro, in the 90s. It was like the top of the line shit. And then I think Walmart bought Black & Decker. Now it's like trash, bro. But like, yeah, like the brush, old school, that's like old technology, man. People don't usually use brush. And even though I think my, I don't know. I'm trying to think if my impact is brushless or if I think it might actually have a brush in it. Because if it has a brush in it, it makes that little spark thing. But I know the 18 volt impact I bought, it was an impact and the drill set. It wasn't like the top of the line one. It was the cheaper version. I think it has a brush in it. It doesn't have as much torque, but like it's still more powerful than my 12 volt. So that 12 volt was that what was it called? It was like this new technology. It was really good. It's powerful for 12 volt. But like I only had to bust that shit out. Like I said, if I was going through like an I-beam or something, I need like some self tappers to go through an I-beam. I couldn't just use my 12 volt for that. But, and then I hardly even use my drill unless I was like drilling holes through a panel or something. I didn't think Ryobi was orange though. Oh, it's yellow. No, that's DeWalt is yellow. I think Ryobi is this color. My big impact is brush. My smaller one is brushless. I mean, brushless is the way to go, but it just depends. Like I said, my stepdad, dude, he bought this. I can't even remember the name brand, but it's a good one. And like you can watch reviews on it. It's Harbor Freight brand thing, and it's a badass. It's a 20 volt drill, bro, and it's badass. It works great. Because he was always a DeWalt guy, but he didn't want to spend a bunch of money on he needed a new impact or some shit. It's blue. Okay, we got blue, yellow, orange, turquoise. What is it? Everyone has a different color that they think it is. Okay, let me look it up then. Let's see. Actually, let's do it like this. There. Recap. Okay. Ryobi. Is this how you spell it? Ryobi tools. Oh, it's green. Yeah, see, I thought it's kind of like I thought. It's green. I was kind of right. It's similar to this one. Yeah. See, it's kind of greenish, right? Yeah. Okay. There we got anything like Kawasaki. It's green. What's up, M Wind? It's yellowish green. Yeah, like fluorescent. Yeah, that's what it is. But it's not blue, and it's not yellow, and it's not orange. I think I was the closest with this one. But I like Kawasaki's, dude. I like Kawasaki KX. I like Kawasaki crotch rockets too. I don't know if when I get my crotch rocket, if I get a Ninja, or if I'm gonna get a Jigsaw. Because I like the sound, dude. Those Ninjas sound badass, dude. I love the sound of those things. They're dope. So let's see. So we got power tools covered. Sweet Tea got herself some tools. She didn't want to use mine. She wanted to have her own set. She's like you, Candace. And she got, what did she get? She got Craftsman. That's like the Sears brand one, I think. And they're good. She got herself she didn't get an impact. She got a set though. She got a drill. And she got a Sawzall. And she got a couple other things. And she built a whole freaking garden, dude, for herself. Did she like she had all this stuff in her head. She's good. She's super creative. And it even said in her natal chart, like how creative she is. Like if you look at like the depth of it, like her first house and second house and all that stuff, it says how creative she is. She's beyond creative. And she just had this stuff in her head. Like she knew how she was going to build it and what it was going to be. And we went to Home Depot and she was getting the wood. She's like, I need this many feet. And like, she just figured it out, dude. Like she's not a framer. And she like framed out this whole garden, dude. She just did it on her own. I'm not good at that stuff. And like, I started helping her. I was like, hey, you know what? Because like, if, you know, she's not like the best at like drilling the holes in. I was like, you know what? Here, just tell me where, and I'll just drill the holes for you. And so I started doing that. Not drill the holes, but like, you know, the screws in. And I just did the screws for her, but she did most of it. And she cut, well, she had the wood already cut for her, but like, I don't know if she had to cut anything with her saw. But then I busted out my impact. I was like, because she was using her drill. And I was like, you know, the impact's better. Because, you know, how drills, you can use a drill, but like, you know, they get stuck. Like there's no give. That's the thing about the impact. Like it gives and like break your wrist off, dude. You know what I mean? So that's what I like about them. And you can get them in there. Like that's what the impacting it, the impacting it, you know, like hitting it. So like gets it in there. And it doesn't break your wrist. I remember like sick. I couldn't stand that, bro. Like drilling a fucking hole or something, and then like you get stuck and boom, your fucking wrist's all fucked up. Oh man, I hated that shit. There was a lot of stuff about construction I couldn't stand. It's like, dude, this job sucks. I mean, it was cool. Like, there's certain cool stuff. Like, I liked the part, like I said, when I'm like hanging light fixtures and shit. Like, that's fucking easy stuff for me. It's like not as hard, dude. The rest of the shit's kind of a pain in the ass. It's like, you know, it's why it's dominated by men. It's a pain in the ass job, dude. Like, girls don't want to do that shit. They want to do easier stuff. Like I said, social worker or teacher. Not that that's not hard. It's just, it's hard in a different way, you know? But yeah, it is kind of a pain in the ass sometimes, especially when it's like -10 out and you still have to go to work. That's the thing I couldn't stand, being cold, because my toes get cold as fuck because I have sweaty feet. So like as soon as they get wet, then it's cold, and I have insulated boots. I had to get insulated boots and like, you know, the wool socks, and they still get cold, bro. And then you get those little like feet warmer things that you buy. You know, it's like a sticker. It's like a peel thing. You peel it off and put it on your sock and your toes. the whole 9 yards, bro. And like my feet would still get cold. I used to do this thing. I used to, like, at lunchtime, I'd go to my truck and like swap socks out so they wouldn't be sweaty. Because that's what makes your feet cold. If you have sweaty feet, you get sweat. Yo, what up, Donald? Thanks for coming in, dog, on the horizontal stream, dude. Good to see you, bro. Just met you yesterday, I think, right? Was that the first time you were in my stream yesterday? Donald, just so you know, guys, did 13 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit and got later found innocent by DNA testing, guys. I used to use DeWalt, but the battery sucked. I'm slowly moving to Milwaukee because they just seem better and powerful. Okay. I never owned like a DeWalt. I've used DeWalt tools, but I never like owned one, so I couldn't tell you. But yeah, we got these. I'm trying to think of the fucking name of it. I'm half tempted to go grab it. There's a certain specific thing for the batteries. They're supposed to be better for Milwaukee. But I mean, DeWalt, like I say, DeWalt and Milwaukee they're like Mercedes-Benz, but Hilti is like Ferrari. But I mean, you pay for it too, though. You know, Milwaukee, when I left the trade, they still had the 18 volt, but they had the 18 volt, whatever it was called. I can't think of the name I'm thinking of. So it was like better because DeWalt switched from 18 volt to 20 volt. And then instead of Milwaukee going to 20 volt, they did whatever that thing was. It's like 18 volt with a turbocharger on it or something like that, you know? Try roofing in Florida in the summer. You sweat about 2 gallons of water out because of the humidity and you get fired and you get fried by the sun at the same time. Yeah, dude, I couldn't imagine that, bro. I mean, out here in Colorado, if you're a roofer, bro, you're hot as hell. We got dry heat out here. It gets hot in Colorado, though. You know, it's 90s, upper 90s sometimes low hundreds, sometimes mid hundreds, not very often. It's 90s like most of the days. Sometimes we get 80-degree days too in the 80s, but mostly 90s. But it's dry heat, dude. I couldn't imagine in Florida, bro. I've been to Florida one time or twice. So my sister, she used to do beauty pageants and she won Miss Colorado a couple times. And so we go out there for nationals. And the first time I went out there, I thought something was wrong with like the HVAC, dude. Because like everything's the same air from the airplane all the way into going down that tunnel thing. And then as soon as I stepped into the actual airport, boom, the humidity hit me. I'd never experienced humidity before like that ever. I lived in Colorado my whole life. We lived in Utah when I was a baby, and then I was born in New Mexico. That's all I've ever really been. I'm just used to dry. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? I told my stepdad, I was like, dude, I think something's wrong. What's wrong with like the air in here? It's like, are they working on something? It's like, no, that's the humidity. I was like, dude, people live like this? Like, couldn't fathom that people actually like live every day like that, bro. I was like, dude, this is so uncomfortable. And I never got used to it. Like, I was there for like 3-4 days, but by the time I left, it wasn't quite as bad. But I mean, it's definitely something you have to get used to. It was like sticky. Then I went to Fort Worth, Texas last year. That was also a fucking nightmare. But yeah, doing roofing like that, yeah, you'd have to bring with you like a couple gallons of water. You drink a couple gallons of water a day, at least. Probably you probably have to drink Gatorade too, because you're sweating that much, dude. You're losing like electrolytes and stuff. Are you talking tools? My dad teases me because I call every tool, no matter what it is, a Phillips. Yeah, because you know, like a Phillips, it's not even really a Phillips, like a Phillips head. I think what is it called? Is it called like a star head or something? I think it's actually called a Phillips. Just kind of like a Band-Aid isn't really a Band-Aid. It's a name brand. It's an adhesive bandage. Or like Coke. What kind of Coke do you want? Right? Or chapstick. It's not chapstick, it's lip balm. It's a brand name. It's kind of like the same thing with like Phillips head. I don't know what it's called. Does anyone know what it's called? It's not called Phillips head. But like, and then you got flathead. Flathead is really just a regular screwdriver. Dude, I remember we were doing this school. It was like a refurbishing or tearing out everything and redoing it in this high school. And like I was looking at all the MC connectors, all of like the EMT couplings. It was all fucking flathead. I was like, dude, that shit is so annoying. Like everything that they were screwing in, like the screws they were screwing into the wall and shit, were flathead, bro. Like in the 70s. Like, can you imagine like trying to do shit with flatheads, bro? Like, you know, they'll slip off and shit if you have your impact or your drill or whatever, and you're trying to do that, it slip off all the time. That's why they made Phillips, because it like sticks in there better. I couldn't imagine trying to do a whole fucking job with all flathead. That's how they used all flathead back then. Nowadays, flathead's more like for looks, bro. Like if you're doing trim, you know, like your outlets, right, and your light switches and stuff, they're usually flatheads just because, you know, they look nice. It looks nicer than like a Phillips, right? Because it's, you know, it's exposed. But like you don't even need a drill for that. You just use your screwdriver for that. You know what I mean? But like I'm talking like drilling holes into shit, you know, with a flathead. I can imagine that. The shit would be all, like I said, slipping off and stuff. There's nothing worse than when it starts slipping off, bro. Like, God damn it. This is unsafe. I just met this bitch. She's a hooker. Fuel. Yes. Thanks, M-Wind, for the win, bro. Fuel. That's what I have. I got the fuels. Yeah, 1/4 and 3-inch drive, or 3/8. Yep. Oh, really? You're in southern Utah? 115. I lived in Salt Lake. I was a baby though. I think I was like 2, actually. I have a picture of myself fishing in the Blue Lake, Salt Lake City, and so I don't really remember it, but I did live in Utah. And I mean, I never really felt like Texas has got a lot of humidity. Florida's like extreme. Then I went to like Massachusetts. You know, it's all by the ocean. You know, it's over there, so it's like humidity like crazy. Like most places, I think, are humid like that. I don't think most states like ours. If you're in the middle of the country, it's, you know, it's dry. But you know, if you have a lot of lakes too, though. Like that's the thing about Florida. They have a shitload of lakes. They're right next to the ocean, and they have a bunch of lakes too. Like Florida's like to the maximum. A lot of people like to, that's what they say, like it's where people go to die. So everyone wants to retire because, you know, old people don't like cold. I don't want to ever live in Florida, man. No. You know, I'll never live there, dude. There's someone there that lives in Florida that I can't stand, so I'll never even dream of trying to live in that state. Crosshead? That's what Phillips is called? Crosshead? Yeah. Stars are torque. Yep, you're right. Star is torque. You like square? Square, what do you use? Square is for the receptacles. We use those. But you can still use a Phillips or a crosshead for those, but the squares are the best. I have some square tips that I'll sometimes use, you know, because I have my 10-in-1, and I'll just put the square tip on there, or sometimes I just put it on my impact and do it. Or my foreman got pissed off one time. He'd say, no more using your impact on trim on these receptacles because I wasn't getting it tight enough or something. And then another thing too, like sometimes foremans would not let you do is they wouldn't let you sit on a bucket, man. Like, you know, receptacles are down low, so you have to get on your knees or sit on your butt and do it. And it's like, it's uncomfortable, man. Your knees start hurting. I have to get knee pads. That's why those guys have knee pads, man. It hurts your knees. It's not like you're on carpet, bro. It's like hard floor or concrete. So you have to sit on your butt, and that even hurts, or you get on your knees. And they're like, I used, you know, those buckets, like the drywall buckets, I used to grab a fucking bucket and sit down, you know, I could sit. It didn't make me slower though. Like the foreman's, oh, if you have, you know, if you have time to sit down on a bucket while you're doing your receptacle, then you're taking way too much time on your receptacle. It's like, dude, I'm taking the exact same amount of time, whether I'm actually taking more time on my knees because I have to like stand up or like move around and shift around and shit, because it's like it hurts after so many. If you do like 20 of them, you know, it's like constant, like it hurts. It's actually taking me more time. I understand what their thought process is, you know, but like I thought we should just be allowed to have a bucket, bro, for doing that. I don't think if I was a foreman, I would ever tell them not to have a bucket, because it's not making me slower. And I see what he's saying. If you have enough time, because receptacle should take 5 minutes or whatever to do. I guess, I mean, if I wanted to just bust shit out and like half-ass it, I could. But dude, I used to, like I said, I used to make my shit clean. I would sit there with my level and make sure that it was fucking tits, bro. I don't like to just toss shit in there all ghetto and shit. You know what I mean? So my shit always looked nice. So maybe mine did take 10 minutes each, but my shit looks fucking, that's exposed. You know what I mean? I can understand if it's in the wall, who cares? But like, if it's exposed, I wanted my shit to look fucking nice and straight. You know, you see that shit, they're all crooked. You know, got the plates on there, they're all crooked, or the actual receptacle, they're kind of leaning. Like, go look at your shit in your house to see how good of how much they took pride in when they were building your house. Dude, look at little shit like that. Look at that. If it's crooked and hanging off, go look at the screws. The screws should be up and down. If it's like a vertical plate, like a light switch, the screws should be up and down. If they're like this or to the side like that, like I was at Sweetie's house and I noticed shit like that, electrical wise, and she has all the screws like they're like going like that, and they're not straight up and down, and they're like too tight. When you suck them in too tight, it like sucks the plate in. And I was like, I think I even loosened some. I was like, dude, this shit's like this shit's off, man. And whoever did this shit, fucking, they didn't give a shit about their job. I don't even know what they're doing, bro. So, you know. Star drive on decking. But the star, you mean like Phillips, or do you mean torque? Toric. I think it's toric. Is it torque or toric? Yeah. Low property taxes. I mean, low theft. Yeah. You know, they don't steal as much from you, so it's better. Yeah. I guess I can see that. Let's see what else you got. You maybe got some other stuff. Fishing hole every 5 miles. Yeah, they got tons of lakes. Affordable housing. And credit protected. It's credit or protected. It's a great state because it's credit or protected. I don't know what that means, but I mean, low property taxes, I guess. I mean, you could go with, you know, New Hampshire have no property. They have no theft. That's better than some theft or low theft, you know. It's torque. Okay. I'll trust you. I'll take your word for it, Candace. You know your shit. That's for sure. Can you hear Minnie snoring? So you guys liking this stream, dude? I guess I think the more talkative I am, the more people I'm able to keep in here. I got 15 people in here, and it's like, it's almost 1 in the morning. No one likes to talk, though. I mean, you guys all like to talk, but there's a bunch of people in here that I don't know who's in here. There should be like a thing that you have to, in order to come into this chat, you have to register and, like, you know, got a list so I know who's in here. They're creeping in my chat. You're lurking, dog. Got too many lurkers. No. I'm not going to tell who I hate so I can start shit. No. Oh, guess what? See those people that are lurking in here? They're trolls. DMA hates this guy. Oh, you didn't stay when I was vertical? You bounced on me? I know, because you were like vertical or something like that. I could tell you hated it. They're not bad. I don't know. They're different. You know, they're if you're on your cell phone, they're cool because you're just on your cell phone. You can go through the shorts feed and find it. Like, but if you're on your computer or like your TV, maybe it's or a tablet, maybe it's not as cool. But I usually get more people because it goes through the shorts feed. And that's how I meet new people. That's how I met that Megan girl yesterday, that spiritual chick. So like there's pros and cons, but this is more intimate because it's just people that I know. Although Donald's here though. See, I met Donald and he was in that stream and now he's here, dude, with us. If it wasn't for the vertical stream, we wouldn't have a new guy in here. The definition of tyranny is an 80,000 page tax code. I'm 100% anti-federal government, just so you know. Right on, dude. Hey, yes, 80,000 page tax code, man. I mean, if you were going to like have some theft, it would at least be like more sellable to me if you're like, okay, we tax you on your income, that's it, right? Or we tax you on everything you buy or something. But like, when you get taxed on your income and I'm preaching to the choir here, but like, and then you're already taxed money when you buy something gets taxed again, right? And then if you want to own your own home, you don't really own it, still got to pay rent to the government, right? Property taxes. Right? And then when you die and you want to give your kids all the money that you earned throughout your whole life that you already paid taxes on, now you got to pay taxes again. It's like, dude, if you think about it, the government gets everything, bro. So like when you earn money, your employer has to pay taxes, payroll taxes. Like the government gets all the money that you make. Like if you make, if you're a minimum wage McDonald's worker and you make, I don't know what you make $300 a week. Your employer has to pay like $100 and something, like $150 property tax or payroll taxes on that. And then you pay whatever you pay, your 20% tax on that. Like they make fucking everything, bro. And then that money that 20% that you got taxed and your low tax bracket, well, then you got to pay tax on everything you buy. So now they get fucking everything. It's like they get all the money that's made. They just making taxes too. You know what I mean? They get 100% of it. That's messed up, dude. That's what I'm saying. People just don't, they're just like, accept that. What can you do? Like I said, what the founders would have been doing by now. She's not here because this is a horizontal one. Do you see her a lot in the vertical ones? If you know how to get a hold of her. If she subscribed, I was hoping, because you subscribed, obviously, right? That's how you found out about this. Thanks, Brock. Appreciate you, dude. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that, I don't know if you're talking about me or are you talking about the dogs? Yeah. Dogs are like, I mean, I like dogs more than people. There's only a certain amount of people I like. You only handle so many people, dude. More antisocial, like, my mom and Sweet Tea. They're the only real people I like hanging out with. There's certain people, you can only handle so much of them. Like if you're an introvert, you have to be alone to regain your energy, right? So some people think that introverts they're shy, and they can be. But you can be an extrovert and be shy too. You're just typically, if you're an introvert, you're shy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're shy. What it means is, if you're an introvert, then you wake up full of energy. And as you go out, throughout the day and meet people and talk to people, it slowly drains your energy. And then by the time you come home from work, you're fucking exhausted. Because every person that you talk to they're draining your energy. It's like an energy vampire. They're sucking your energy out. And you replenish it by being in solitude. An extrovert is opposite. They wake up fucking drained, bro. And then as they go out and start talking to people, they get more and more energy. They feed off it. They're the energy vampires. They're the ones sucking the energy from the introverts, right? And then by the time they get home, they're like, oh yeah, I'm fucking feeling great. They want to be around people all the time. That's the difference. That's how you can tell if you're an introvert or extrovert. And I'm an introvert, but I consider myself like an outgoing introvert, you know? And like Sweet Tea's an introvert, so that's why we're good together. But like, she's like to the max introvert, dude. Like, she's somebody that I can be around. Like, she doesn't drain my energy. So I can like, oh, I need to fucking be away from you. You know what I mean? I just don't feel that way. But she's not that way. She has to like be like by her fucking self, dude, for a while. You know, it's fine, just the way she is. She's very sensitive, you know what I mean, to energy. You know, because she's very spiritual, man. Just like Wade said, right? Remember he said some stuff about her yesterday? I'm a loner. I only have one friend, and that's my wife. All the other people I deal with only consider me a friend because they want something. Yeah, but they're not really friends then, man. But I know people like that. They only call you when they want something. Sometimes the way it goes. Sometimes I'll even think about that. Like, I'm about to ask this person for something. When was the last time I talked to him? Fuck. It's going to seem like I'm just calling them. You know what I mean? It's not like that I don't like you or I'm trying to use you. It's just I'm an introvert, dude, and I don't really like to talk to people that much. I know people get frustrated with it, like Dan, you know, at Auditing Erie County. He's freaking like called me and then I didn't answer because I didn't want to talk. And then I forgot. I never called him back. And then he left me a couple messenger messages like, hey, I called you the other day. And then I was like, fuck, I gotta call him. Then I called him yesterday, but then it went straight to voicemail and I left him a text. I haven't heard from him. But it's not because I'm trying to diss you and shit. You know, I'm an introvert, man. So that's all. But, you know, if I meet Dan, it's not going to be like weird, you know, like, oh, I'll have fun with Dan, dude. He's a cool ass dude. I think he's coming out here. It just depends on people's energy. Like, I can be an introvert and still be with certain specific people that I'm vibing with, and they don't drain my energy. Or they do, but not as much. You know what I mean? It just depends on who the person is. But like, there's certain people like Sweet Tea, she never drains my energy. Like, I don't feel that way. I think she feels drained from me though. That's why she always has to like be by herself, which sucks. I mean, I don't want to drain her energy, but she's just like introvert to the max, so she's different. And I get that, and sometimes it's nice too because I do like to be by myself, so I need that time too. It's just that she needs more than I do, but that's okay. I can compromise. You know, I thought about getting a cat because like they're easy, and like, you know, these dogs are good for this apartment because, you know, they're small dogs, but like dogs are more high maintenance, dude. You got to take them on walks all the time. You got to pay attention to them. You got to cuddle them. You got to play fetch. You got to, you know, they're high maintenance, dude. These dogs are like super needy, bro. Like when I get ready and shit, they follow me around everywhere in hopes that we're like gonna leave, like that I'm gonna. Because sometimes I'll take them somewhere, we're going somewhere, and they know that like right after I get out of the shower and I'm getting dressed, they know that that's a potential that we could go somewhere. They're super smart, and so they'll follow me around everywhere and just stare at me, dude. I'm like, you guys aren't going anywhere, dude. I gotta go do some shit. So, you know, I feel bad, you know, but like cats aren't like that. They're not needy. They're not emotionally needy like dogs are. But that's how dogs are, and these ones especially. was going to say something else about dogs being needy, and I forgot. Oh yeah, I was going to say how smart they are. Like my dogs, dude. Okay, so from my house to Sweet Tea house, it's about an hour and 15 minutes. Every single time, dude. They can't even see. They sit on the front seat next to me. They can't see above the window unless they jump up and like stick their head up there, dude. Every time we're getting like within like a half mile of Sweet Tea's house, bro, they're both standing up, like ready to go and shit. Like they know. And then every time I drive from her house to my house, as soon as same thing, half mile, dude, like they're up, like they know we're there. It's like, dude, how are you this smart? Like they can feel the vibration. They've memorized the vibration of the turn and all that. I think that's what it is. Or is it like a sixth sense? You know, they say dogs have a sixth sense. How do they just know? It doesn't drive me crazy, but it baffles me every time. Every time I pull up, I know the street that I turn on. I know that the dogs are going to be standing up, like getting ready. You know what I mean? Because they've been sleeping, kind of laying down the whole time, and they're up, they're ready, and they're stretching, and they're getting ready to go. They know. It's so crazy, man. Or like, same thing too. Like if I go to my mom's house, you know, my mom's house is like 20 minutes from my house. But every time I start pulling on, you know, towards their streets, like they know, dude. It's like they just sense it. It's crazy. Yeah, okay, I can see that. It's the smell. Yep, because dogs, somebody explained it to me. A dog's sense of smell versus a human's. A human's sense of smell is a postage stamp. And a dog's sense of smell is the envelope. That's how much stronger a dog's sense of smell is than a human's. They can smell anything. But you know, things that smell bad to humans don't smell as bad to dogs. I do know. I remember one time, Minnie, like she's always constantly on my lap and shit. And one time I farted, and she like got up and walked away. She was disgusted, dude. She's like, ugh. She left. And then I don't know if I told you guys one time. I've told the story a bunch. I don't know if she'd like me telling this, but she never said anything. But when I first met Sweet Tea, we're just barely first dating and all that. She was over here and she farted, and I was like, "Damn, dude, did you fart?" And she's like, "No, I think it was Minnie." She blamed it on Minnie the whole time. I was like, "Dang, Minnie's got some smelly ass farts right now." Yeah. Yeah, somebody told me that. I don't know how legitimate it is, but it made sense to me. Yeah, scent. Yeah. I mean, they're part of the family, dude. That's why, like, I can't every night, everyone, you know, when I wake up, because I think Loaf, when he pees in the house, I think he's doing it in the middle of the night now. I used to think he was doing it first thing in the morning, but like, even if I keep an eye on him, I'll come out here and I'll see, like, because I keep like these little plastic, you know, like the things like in office buildings, it's that hard plastic they keep so you can roll your chair around on at your desk and shit. I keep those like underneath it's pretty good little thing. My mom thought of it for me. And I keep him under because he pees on like the corners of the tables and shit. It's corners where they pee on, he marks. So like on the coffee table or like on the chairs and the couches and shit, like I put those so that like if he pees, then I can just clean that shit up, wipe it off. It's not like the end of the world, you know. Otherwise, it goes on the carpet and it gets into the pad and it smells. So, but I'll see it, and even though I'm keeping an eye on him, and I'll come out here and there's like dried up pee on this plastic, and I'm like, fuck, dude, he's doing it in the middle of the night. So I'm like, okay, I have to fucking just keep him. I don't have plastic everywhere. Sometimes he pees on shit, dude, and like, you know, if he pees on the carpet, that's when I get pissed. Because now, like, when you do that too much, it like ruins your house, bro. Because you can't, even if you clean the carpet, it's in the pad. You can't get it out the pad. So I'm like, dude, I'm gonna have to just have him sleep in the kitchen, man. I keep saying it. And he's gonna, you know, I don't know what to do. See, that already ruins my house. But then every time I feel bad, I'm like, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. I mean, what am I gonna do? Like, he's gonna feel like I'm mad at him because he has to sleep in there. I'm not gonna make Minnie go in there too. Minnie would be like traumatized, dude. She's so gentle, and like she would be like freaked out if she couldn't sleep in the bed with me. but I just can't, I don't have the heart to, dude. I remember I was at Sweet Tea's house recently, and like, or like, we gotta keep him down here. Like, Minnie can come up, but she has to stay down. He has to stay down here. You know, he's got his bed, he's got everything, he's fine. And then she was gonna come up to bed, and then he was like, he was like crying, dude, and like he didn't want to be left down there, and like it broke her heart. She couldn't do it. She's like, oh, she just slept down there on the recliner because she couldn't do it. You know, it sucks, man. There's nothing I can do now because I can't neuter him. It's too late. He's about to be 6 years old. It's a learned behavior now, so it's not doing any good now. So, I mean, now I understand why people neuter their dogs, I guess, for that reason. But that's why I'm not having any more dogs after these guys. This is it. I can't do any more dogs. I can't do any more dogs because I can't lose any more dogs. When I lose these guys, dude, one of the most painful things, when I lost my dog Hannah and Chassis, dude, it was like a nightmare, bro. I was like depressed, crying for like days, weeks, man. It took me forever to get over that shit. And that's why I was scared to get these dogs. I was scared to get Loaf. Because I remember how traumatizing it was to lose an animal. I was like, I don't want to do that again. And I did it, and then I had to get her too because she needs a friend and all that. And I know it's just going to be a nightmare, dude. The longer that I have them, the worse it gets. You know, the more attached you get to them. So, I don't know. Like, just no one loves them like me. You know, because I thought about, like, what if I die? You know, where'd they go? If they go either to my mom's or they go to Sweet Tea's house. I don't know which one. I don't know. Probably to my mom's. I don't know if Sweet Tea would want them, but I know Sweet Tea loves my dog. She does. That's one of the things that's super attractive. You know, like when a woman, she has kids, and then like the man that she's dating really loves her kids. You know, that's like a big turn on for a woman. It's the same thing for me. She loves my dogs, man. I could see it. And my dogs love her. Every time they see her, they're running, jumping on her and all that stuff. You know, because they can sense energy. But it's like, I know she doesn't love them the same way I do, though. Like, I don't think she does. You know? I don't think anyone can love my dogs the way I love them. I mean, I love them like they're humans, you know? So, that's the only thing. It's like, I can't die. I got to take care of them. Who's going to take care of them? Yeah. Yeah, you know what time it is, bro. Sucks. I've seen those, bro, but it's not that he's relieving himself in here. He's marking shit. You know, he's a like Sweet Tea said, he is a very masculine dog. I mean, that's what men do. They mark stuff. It's like they're taking ownership of it. Like, that's why guys, like, sexually, they do stuff sexually, you know, they're marking. It's like a mark, dude. It's like a animalistic like thing in us. It's like marking our territory. That's what he does. It's like a learned behavior now, but it's like an instinct. Like, he knows he's not supposed to do it because he doesn't do it in front of me. And he knows I'll go down here and smell the corners and shit, see if he peed, and he gets all like cowering. Like, he knows, dude. Like, he's not supposed to do that shit. He doesn't do it in front of me. He only does, like I said, he does it in the middle of the night when I'm sleeping. It's my time. It's like an instinct. It's like, you know, if you're horny, you just gotta jack off, you know, because you're a teenage boy. Like, it's this urge that he has to do. He has to mark on shit. So it has nothing to do with it. He has the doggy door outside. If he really's got to pee, like, he'll go out there and just pee. Yeah, 40,000 to 70,000 scent memory. How much does a human have? See, the thing with puppy pads, I used to have puppy pads too when they're puppies, but like, puppy pad, that's encouraging them to go inside though. Like, some people say, oh, we'll put the puppy pad on the corners. You know, I thought about that too. But then that's just like encouraging it more, you know? So I don't know. And then like the thing is too, once it gets the smell in there, like he knows now, like that I've had to clean pee over here where my desk is. I get so fucking pissed because like I don't get pissed that much, but then like when he keeps doing it, I keep having to bust out the carpet cleaner and it smells like piss in here. I get pissed. I don't beat him up or anything, but he knows that I'm fucking mad. He's ruining my house, dude. And I get fucking pissed. And so just that alone scares him enough to where he will not fucking pee over there anymore. He won't. He refuses. Only over here because I don't get as mad over here because I got the plastic. So it's like not that big of a deal. Right. And then in the kitchen on the trash can, that's not a big deal because it's just tile. I can just wipe it up. So he pees in the places where like he knows I won't get that mad. But the places he knows that I'll get fucking pissed, he won't do it. Like I said, he's just like me, dude. He's defiant. He doesn't want to be told what to do. I remember when back in the old days of Sweet Tea, I told her, I was like, dude, he's just like me. It's a vibrational match. It's like, I told her, I was like, I am the government and he is telling me I'm a fucking free American and you're not going to tell me what to do. This dude, I'll call him, he'll just look at me and then like turn away and do his own thing. Like you don't want to listen, dude. And like, sometimes I feel like people think that I like beat my dogs and shit because I have to like yell at him with such authority, bro, to where it like freaks him out to help for him to listen. If I just say, come on, Loaf, like he'll just look at me and fucking like, shut up. You know what I mean? And then I'll yell at him and then he'll still just tell me to shut up. I literally have to like, Loaf, get your ass over here, like super crazy, bro. And then he'll come. So I know when people see that, because like sometimes I have to do that because I'll see like another dog, you know, because I like to let my dogs off the leash. You know, I could take this one park if it's not really busy, and it's got like this fenced in area. And a lot of people do that, but like he's small, but he thinks he's big. He attacked a pit bull once time, dude. He chased off a Saint Bernard, but like eventually he's gonna find a dog that's not gonna take his shit, bro, and they're gonna kill him. And so I'll see some dog or something, and then he'll start running after him like, Loaf, no, and I yell crazy, dude. And sometimes he doesn't listen. I remember just recently, I was going to Sweet Tea's house, and I was like, I took them to, I went to Sweet Tea's work. And before that, I was at the house, and I sprinted, bro. And like, he wouldn't listen. I didn't know what kind of dog this was. I thought it was a pit bull, so I was kind of scared, you know? Not that pit bulls are bad dogs, but you know, if Loaf tries to get buck on a pit bull, dude, he's dead. And I ran, and finally he stopped towards the end, and like the guy already thought he knew that I was scared, so he picked his dog up. And then I freaking like slid on the grass, dude. Like I did like a big old slid, like probably 10 feet, and like swooped him up. And I was like, dang, dude. I was like, I still got it. I was like, I'm still athletic, dude. If I have to, like, no choice. You know what I mean? But yeah, dude, it's scary when that shit happens, dude. Because I want him to live the best life, but I don't want him to get, you know, attacked. But then that dog wasn't even like a mean dog. You know, I didn't have my glasses on and like kind of looked like maybe it was a pit bull, but it wasn't even close to a pit bull. It probably would have been fine. But I can't risk it, you know. I mean, you know how bad I would feel if like he got attacked by some dog because I was not having him on the leash. That's irresponsible. It's my fault. So I'm trying to balance it, you know. I want him to have the best life he can. Because I used to go to the dog park, but Minnie hates dog parks because she's so passive that all the other dogs freak her out, and she gets like super panicky and like because everyone loves her because she's so small and they want to sniff her and she gets overwhelmed. Then I got to hold her, and then other dogs want to come up and they're jumping up to try to smell her. They're not trying to attack her. She gets freaked out. She's having like panic attacks and she goes all crazy, and like I can't do that. Loaf's fine. He loves the dog park. Then even dog park with Loaf, he gets that dominance thing because he's not neutered. So then he wants to hump dogs, you know, not to like have sex with them, but like because he's trying to show his dominance. He'll do it to male dogs or females. He just finds one dog that he gets obsessed with. I don't know what it is. It's like some type of scent. He gets obsessed with this dog and he just follows it around. We have to leave. I'm like, okay, dude, we have to just leave now, dude, because it's too embarrassing. And like, he clearly won't listen. And he just goes and humps him constantly. And so some people don't like that either, man. So you have to just leave. So I can't really do dog parks anymore. I mean, anyone who's been in here, maybe John Winchester, since the beginning days, I used to do dog park live streams on the DMA channel. when I very first started, like, I don't know, a couple thousand subscribers. Up until like maybe 10, 15,000 subscribers, it was like a thing I used to do. A lot of people know about those. I have those videos still up on members only. The dog park days. I mean, my dogs are pretty famous. They're in a whole bunch of my videos and stuff. I mean, I even did a fundraiser for Loaf. He had his salivary glands get infected, and he was so sick, dude. I kept taking him to this ER up here like 3 times. They couldn't diagnose him, and I was like, man, fuck this place, dude. And he was in agonizing pain, dude. Like, he couldn't even go out the dog door. I have to like open the door and put him out there, and he'd pee. Usually he lifts his leg. He wouldn't even do that. He just kind of sat there and peed. You could tell he was in agonizing pain, bro. I knew it. I could feel it. I was like, fuck, man. I didn't know what to do. I kept taking him to the regular doctor, and like, he's like, I'll give him this antibiotics. And then I took him in. He wasn't getting better. And then his white blood cell count was even higher. So the infection was worse. And he's like, you need to take him to the ER. I'm just a regular doctor. And like I said, I took him to these other ERs. And finally, I took him to this other ER, like kind of far away, that my mom used to take all her dogs to, and boom, they diagnosed him like right then, bro. Oh, he's got salivary whatever, man. I'm like, fuck, dude, like this whole thing, like he was already suffering for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So they had to take him, they put him on fentanyl, bro. That's how bad a pain he was in. He was skinny as fuck. And they cured him, dude. Like, put him on some high antibiotics and shit. They didn't need to remove his salivary glands. It wasn't that bad yet. But he was like on the verge of death, dude. I mean, he would sleep in the bed, and then sometimes I'd move around, I'd accidentally kick him, not like kick him, but I'd move into him and he'd start screaming, just by barely touching him. And I was like, fuck, dude. Oh, I was in a panic, dude. I was in like a nightmare. It wasn't as bad for me, but it was bad because I knew how much pain he was in constantly, dude. And I just was like in a panic mode. So finally to get that taken care of. And then Minnie almost died a couple times. She's had to be hospitalized a couple times, dude. Like, that shit's rough, dude. I've had to rush Minnie to the hospital like 3 times. I don't know if I told you guys one time she choked. That's why I have to have those bowls. It's like a maze. And she eats so fast, bro. She scarfs food. She loves food more than Loaf. Loaf, I'll feed him good food like hamburger and sweet potato and brown rice and shit. And like, Loaf will eat it, but like if he hears something outside, he darts outside. That's his main priority, is to guard the house. You know what I mean? And be on patrol. Minnie don't give a shit. Like, she does, but if there's food, she's eating the food. And she just sucks it down, dude. And she was choking one day. I had to rush her to the freaking fastest vet that I could find. It wasn't even an ER. I just Googled whatever vet, and I found the closest one, dude. And I like brought her, and I was like, help her, please. She's choking. And like, they grabbed her all freak panicky and took her to the back and shit. And then she came out like a few minutes later. She's like, she's fine. I don't know. She's not choking. She's breathing. And then right then she just like threw up and all this stuff came out, dude. And then she was fine. It's like, oh my God, thank God. It was so scary, dude. And then I was like, okay, from that moment, I was like, okay, I'm getting these bowls. You know what I mean? Because like, you should just eat so fast. If it's good food anyways, like kibble, it's fine. But I give her good food, dude. She eats so fast. So, and then you got to, even her though, she's such a baby. Like, they like Chipotle. And so you have to cut, even if it's good food, it has to be super small. But she's so little, dude. And like, she gets intimidated easy by like just too big of a food. Like, Loaf can like handle it. You know what I mean? So he's a masculine dog. She's feminine, passive. She's backwards on my thing. So she can't eat. And then like when my mom had her, when she was in heat this last time, like she won't eat. She gets so spoiled that like she won't eat unless you hand feed her. Because, she's used to everyone babying her at work because everyone loves her. She's so cute and all that. So like everyone hand feeds her. And then it got to the point where like she won't eat unless you hand feed her. I remember too, like, I know I talk about Sweet Tea a lot, but like when she used to first come over here, dude, she used to be jealous of Sweet Tea. And I told her about it. She's like, no, I'm not. And then like the last time that she was at my house, I was like, remember when you used to be jealous of Sweet Tea? And like, I think she kind of admitted it. It wasn't like a bad thing, but like she was, because I babied her so much. And I used to make these little comments like, oh, you're the most pretty girl in the whole world and all this stuff that I say about Minnie. And I would tell Sweet Tea, like, just joking, when we were first met. I was like, who's the prettiest girl in the whole world? And she'd be like, I am. I'm like, no. I'm like, you're the second and all that stuff. And like, So like, because I did that stuff, I was just trying to be jokey, but like she got jealous of her because I remember I would baby her and like she couldn't jump off the bed, right? Even though she can, because like if somebody knocks on the door, she'll like not only jump off the bed, but she'll get a running start and like launch herself, dude, and go check it out. But like if not, she has to like she makes this sound to like for you to pick her up. And I remember she was like, Sweet Tea was like all like, oh my God, that's ridiculous or something. And that's how I knew that she was jealous of Minnie at that one time. I was like, oh, you're jealous of her. You know, because she is. She milks it though, dude. She does milk it. She does. Minnie. She milks it. So, I mean, she deserves to have it milked, you know? I think she does. She's living a resting life right now. So yeah. I mean, it's cute. Now that I think about it, it's cute because I mean, Sweet Tea loves Minnie, dude. She's so good to my dogs. She's great. I mean, she did all kinds of stuff. Like she has so much empathy for, you know, she's a very spiritual person. And I was using this brush. It was a dog brush, but it was like the gentle kind. But she went and got her this nice brush and like brought it over. She's like, you need to use this brush for Minnie because it's so, you know, you got to go gentle because, you know, I'm not as gentle, you know, because I'm a guy. You know, people say that I have feminine energy, and I do, but like I'm still more masculine, and I'm like I'm not always as gentle as I should be. You know, I'm like kind of rough sometimes, and she's like, you got to be gentle, and so I was like, now I'm trying to be more cognizant of, you know, that. And she got her this really nice gentle brush and stuff like that. Okay. Let's see here. Let's take you guys hang out? You guys having fun in here? We take like a 1-minute intermission. Wow. I have to like figure out how to get this stupid song off. Stupid. Okay, here. You guys want to watch a 1-minute video? It's funny. I'll be right back.
It still even has the pieces.
All right, can you hold this for me?
Gross. Gross, babe. Really?
It's my thumbnail, babe.
It's your thumbnail. Really?
It's my thumbnail. You gotta
Babe,
save it.
Gross. I'm totally saving it.
You save it.
I am. Don't
Forever. So you have my DNA. You have my DNA forever.
Right there.
Okay?
Look at that.
Where is it? Okay.
Right here.
Well, put it in a case or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll save it. We'll open it up.
Are you putting it in that case?
60 years. I don't
Okay.
know what case to put it in.
Okay. All right. My thumbnail's going in the flute
Right
thing.
there.
Okay. But don't ever let it go.
All right. Bam.
All right. Okay. Thanks. That's true love right there, guys.
Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy.
Dude, Donald, you've done a lot of stuff, bro. You're a former dog fighter. I mean, you have done a lot of stuff. You raised pit bulls. You were in prison for 13 years. I mean, you've done a lot of stuff, dude. You know, like dog fighting, I never really been a fan of dog fighting, dude, because I think it's cruel. Like pit bulls fight to the death, bro. That's why they're such vicious dogs. Like a pit bull, there could be a dog like maybe a Rottweiler, or, there's other dogs even, like even bigger, huge ass dogs. I don't know what the breeds. You guys know what I'm talking about. They dwarf pit bulls, but the reason pit bulls win is because they fight to the death, bro. They do not stop until they're fucking dead. That's why they win. That's why you always put, if you have a fighting dog, a pit bull, you put them against a wolf. People are like, oh, a wolf would smash a pit bull. Nope. A pit bull would smash a fucking, depends on the dog though. I've known pit bulls that are straight up pussies. Like I say, it depends on how you raise them. So if you raise them to be fighting dogs though, I would put a pit bull against any other breed. I don't care how big the dog is, none of that shit. That's the kind of dogs they are. But it's like totally cruel, man. Like to teach them to be to fighting dogs like that, you got to be like cruel to them, and you got to, like you got to be like get them mean and shit, dude. By being mean to them, that's kind of how you do it. So I mean, is that what you were doing? Kind of same thing with like, remember what's his name? The Vic guy. What's the fuck his name? It's the quarterback. Not Mike Vick. It's not Mike Vick, is it? I know someone will say it here. When he got busted for the dog fighting shit. But like, one thing that I can't stand, bro, because I'm a huge animal lover, is I can't stand bullfighting from Spain. And my roots come from Spain, dude. I'm Spanish. That's like the most sick, disgusting, barbaric shit ever, bro. Is where they like an entire fucking stadium of people cheers on and mocks a fucking bull, an innocent animal, getting stabbed. They throw those arrow things in them. And then it tries to attack them and like it misses, and they do the thing, like mock them, aha, and they stab them in the heart with a sword and shit. And everyone applauds. Like, dude, that's fucking sick, twisted. If you like that shit, dude, you are a fucking sick fucker, dude. Straight up. I would lose. I stand so firmly on that. I would lose if all of a sudden I found out like half of my audience fucking loves bullfighting. I would go public and say, dude, you're sick fucks, dude. Unsubscribe from my shit. That's how sick and twisted I think that shit is. It's disgusting, dude. It is Mike Vick. Yeah, Michael Vick. I was right. Okay. I always cheer for the fucking bull. Whenever I see that shit, like YouTube video or something, dude, I'm like, fuck, dude, get his fucking ass. Because I know what he's going to do. They won't show the parts where they like kill him. They're just in the beginning part where they tease them and mock them and like do the little red flag thing. And then they move out of the way and then ha 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 and all that stupid shit. And like, what they do too? They like tie their balls together. So like puts them in pain. So they're all like on edge and shit. Like, dude, it's fucked up, man. It's fucking sick and twisted. The only reason that you can do that is because you're the more intelligent animal. That bull would fuck you up, bro, one-on-one like that. But because you're the more intelligent, so you do all this fucked up shit and you're like, you know how to move out of the way and you tie its balls up like that. That's what they do. Like when they're doing bull riding, they tie their balls up. So that makes them buck because they're super fucking uncomfortable. So they start bucking. It's also to get the person off of them, but that's what initiates the bucking. They tie their balls. Like, I don't know how they do it, but it's fucking like painful and shit. So they're trying to get the thing off their balls. That's why they do that. Same with horses. It's fucking sick, man. Like, if you want to do like barrel runs and shit, barrel racing. Okay. But like the 8-second thing, dude, like when if you have to tie the animal's balls up so they're in pain and they're trying to get it off, that's sick, dude. That's that's stupid. I'll never support rodeos because of that. I used to go to the Renaissance Festival out here. It's in between Denver and Colorado Springs in Larkspur. I stopped going because they have a fucking elephant there that it's so sick, dude. Like they have all these kids, you pay whatever, and the kids get on the elephant and they take it in a circle and they ride the elephant. And the fucking elephant's like, it's got a chain on it. It's got a big ass chain on its leg and shit. This thick ass fucking thing, dude. And like I know how it feels to be wearing chains on your ankles, bro. It fucking hurts. It sucks. You feel like you're a caged animal, dude. You're just like, I'm not even I'm so like beneath everyone else. I have to be like in chains, man. It's like it's very degrading. Dude, animals are one of the or I mean animals, elephants are one of the smartest animals. They're super highly intelligent. They're so intelligent. They're the only other species that mourns its dead. You know, they talk about elephant graveyards. It's because they are actually capable of um, comprehending death, and they mourn their loved ones, the bones of their loved ones. That's how smart they are. And then have these sick fucking humans, dude, like chaining them up and like putting their kids on there and walk in a circle. Like, dude, you can look at the fucking elephant and you see how miserable they are. Like, oh man, you guys are. I can't stand that. I hate zoos. Zoos are just prisons for animals. Have you ever been to prison, bro, or in jail? Like you say, you got a DUI or whatever you did, and you spent a week there, man. Then you know, bro. Like, have you ever been like when you're in the holding cell and you have nothing to do, you have no reading material, you have nothing, and you're just sitting in there. You can't sleep. You can only sleep for so long, but you're still just locked in there, man. It's in like you're in a fucking bathroom. You ever notice what you do? You ever start pacing back and forth, walking back and forth? I do it. I've done it so many times. Just walk back and forth. You know, like the lions do when they're in the little cage part. They just sit there and walk back and forth. Oh, look, they're pacing. Everyone thinks it's so cool. The kids, oh yeah, they're pacing. Dude, they're pacing because they're having like a nervous breakdown, dude. They have energy that they have to get rid of, but they're locked in a fucking cage, bro. That's why they're doing that. It's fucking disgusting, dude. Like, what if there was some aliens that came down with, 2,000 IQs, and like they're like, oh, these stupid fucking humans with 100 IQs, like let's put them in a cage in the zoo and let's have all of our alien kid friends, our alien kids, they'll come up here and like look at them. Oh, look cool. Look at their pacing. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that's what it is, dude. It's fucking disgusting, bro. Finally, they got rid of the circus. Thank God. I mean, that's fucking like, you know how they teach those elephants to do all that crazy shit? That's why they got rid of it, because the way that you train an elephant to do that shit is they hit him with that prod, that electrical taser thing, dude. And they show dominance on the elephant. That's how they do it. They dominate the elephant. They fucking fuck them up and shit and electrocute them and shit. You do what if this fucking you balance on this ball and you fucking do all these tricks and you walk in this line or you get fucking tased. They do it out of fear, bro. They're fucking tortured animals, man. And they have to travel across the country and fucking this little teeny little thing they can't even move, bro. Traveling, thousands of miles, hundreds of miles before they each stop. Like, dude, that's fucked up, man. And zoos aren't that much better. And people are like, oh, well, zoos, they help rehabilitate and all that. Well, yeah. How about this then? Even if it's taxpayer funded, fine. How about you just stop breeding them then? Fine, help them. You know what I mean? You do good stuff. Just like saying, well, government does good stuff. They, provide food stamps and Medicaid for people that can't afford it. Yeah, but that doesn't justify all the other fucked up shit they do, right? It's the same thing. So how about you just let them die off then, and then I'll even pay extra to keep the zoos open until everyone dies, and then fucking close the zoos down, dude. There shouldn't be animals born into captivity, man. They just live in a fucking cage, dude. It's just so human beings can go and take their kids there and like think they're doing something good. Like I'm showing my kid having a good day with my kids, and I'm showing my kids how sick and fucking twisted we are by just staring at animals that are locked in cages. It's disgusting, bro. Sorry, I got a little emotional on that one, but that's how I feel about zoos, man. They're fucking sick. I hate zoos. I almost lost a friend over a zoo shit. I was like, dude, anyone who goes to a zoo is a sick fuck. And like, he's like, oh, I go to zoos, and because him and I think a lot alike. He's a Facebook friend. He's like a friend, but we don't really talk that much. He's a Facebook friend now. And he's like anti-government, anti-police type stuff too. He's like, do we agree on a lot of stuff? Except for the zoo thing. And I was like, yeah, he's a good friend. I just think he's misled, dude. It's so disgusting, dude. I mean, right? What I just said. I mean, is that disgusting? Think about it. What if there was like another race that came down here that was way more intelligent, way more highly intelligent than any other animal, right? like by far. That's why we're the dominant race. We're not the most aggressive. We're not the most strongest. None of that shit. We're just smarter. That's it. So what if there was some aliens that came down here that's super fucking smart, decided to make us their entertainment and zoos? So I went to the zoo. They've taken away the cold polar bear area, and we're keeping them in the regular Oregon temp, and bring them inside every so often and put them in a chamber. All for what? So that everyone can come look at them and, look. If you want to have something like that, there's a certain spot. You guys might know about it. It's a zoo, but like the animals, like the lions and shit, they live on like a whole, like acres and acres of land. The Denver Zoo, their big area, it's like a quarter of a football field, dude. It's like nothing. They need to be able to run, sprint, like they're big fucking animals, dude. It's like taking them, it's like basically having like my little Morkies on my patio here that I have. Like if they just never got to go out and that was all they got, it was a little patio. It's the same thing. It's nothing, dude. But if they have this one thing, I don't know where it is. You might have heard of it, where it's acres and acres of land where animals just live free. And then the humans go in and they're like, it's like this bridge thing that they walk above and it's all clear. You can see right through it, but it's protected. And they walk above and they can actually view the lions and stuff like in their natural habitat, kind of, not really, but it's not really natural, but it's at least it's like, it's very big. It's like a big, gigantic forest thing, like acres and acres of land. And, you see what you see. I mean, maybe you see them, maybe you don't, I don't know. But you go out there and you kind of see them just being on their own, like living their normal lives. Not like put you in this really fucking small spot, dude. Like already, like I said, sometimes they put them in the cages, bro. Like, when they're out in their bigger area, at least it's not like a nightmare torture. It's like, oh, hey, prisoners, guys, you guys been locked in your cell, for days. Where we're going to yard, guys. So now we're taking you from this cage. And you're going to go into a bigger cage. So all that prisoners like, yeah, fuck yeah, we get to get sunlight. Yeah, let's go out. And you basically go from a teeny bathroom to like, a little bit bigger cage, still cage, but it's bigger cage. Right? That's what they do in zoos. They take the lions from the teeny little bathroom cage to like a little bit bigger cage. So everyone can go there and stare at them and shit. Good for you. Good for you. I commend you for that. Yeah, dude, because elephants are not dumb animals, dude. They're super intelligent. Have you seen the YouTube video? There's lots of videos and stuff about that elephant that used to like paint portraits. Like good ones too, like legit portraits, dude. They're so smart. If you can mourn your dead, you're smart. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Put us in the Matrix. I mean, I don't know if like somebody put us in the Matrix. I don't think like that movie is legitimately like we're all like in this little thing, and there's the real world out there. It's Matrix. I think that the Matrix is, this simulation that we're in, that a lot of scientists think that we're in a simulation, but that's just the 3D reality that we're born into. And then when you die, you exit the Matrix. It's like a play. It's like a test. It's like a school that we're in. You don't realize it. It's like virtual reality. But I don't think it's like It's just the way life is, period. Oh, you love the Cheyenne Zoo? I don't know. What's the Cheyenne Zoo? What's different about the Cheyenne Zoo that's not from the Denver Zoo? It better be something like I was talking about, like where the humans are like up on the top part. If it's like a regular fucking zoo, dude, I hope that's not what you're saying right now, dude. Because you'll never be on my fucking channel again, I promise you. If you're saying that right now to me, that you love the Cheyenne Zoo, that's how passionate I am about this, dude. I don't mess around with that shit. Yeah, it's like an animal sanctuary. I don't know if it's by Keenisburg, but yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't know what it is, but it's like they have a bridge that goes like high above the ground, and it's got all this glass around it, so you can't fall off. But it's clear; you can see through it. You can see everyone, all the animals and stuff in their natural habitat. Yes, the observation deck. Yes, it's designed not to interfere with their routines. Yep. I mean, I can at least get down with that. I still think they should just be free as fuck. That's still not even free. That's like a free range chicken to me. Like that should even be a thing, dude. I mean, it depends on how many acres. I think some of them are like several acres, you know. If they can live, I could at least support it, I guess, if it was like they had like several square miles of land, like a lion would in the natural. Like how far do they travel? How far does an African lion travel? Or a mountain lion or whatever it is, you know, like figure that out. And then if you could make that park the exact same of the maximum that they travel throughout their life, then fine. As long as it's not affecting them whatsoever. Even then though, dude, even then it's like, dude, you're still restricting them. Like they're still, it's a fundamental principle, man. Like I don't own animals. I don't own them. Yeah, I have to, unfortunately, I have to kill them and eat some of them to survive. But like, if there's not a need to survive, if it's just to like, you can show your kids them, you know, no, that's stupid. All right, peace out then. Peace, bitch. Fuck you, dude. Don't fucking ever watch my channel again, bitch. You're fucking banned out of here, dude. I don't give a fuck about you, dude. Fucking loser. Fuck you. Loser. Fucking get the fuck off my channel, bitch. Fuck you. And I fucking came to your fucking court proceeding and shit, dude. And I was sitting there for like fucking an hour and a half trying to find where your court proceeding was because your girlfriend wouldn't fucking respond to my email so I could figure out where you were, bro, so I could try to bond you out and shit. And then I never heard from her or from you. Fuck you, dude. Fuck off my channel, bitch. Fucking loser. That's what happens, dude. Always, dude. I try to do shit for people, dude, and then they fucking want to say shit like that. Blah, blah, blah. Peace, man. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, pussy. And try me, dude. You live in my city, dude. Fucking try me out here, bud. See what happens to you. Fucking run through you, fool. Fuck you. Pussy. I even do people favors and shit. 'Cause, you know, I try to like help people out. You know, like I have people that pay money to like be members in my members only groups and shit. You know, and like, you know, if you're a member and you're in the group, I mean, I want you to stay in there, but like if you don't continue your membership, I usually just kick people out because there's other people that are paying for it. I can't just keep you in because you were in there one time. But like, dude, fucking this guy, this fucking loser in here, just left him in there, dude, because, you know, I thought he was cool, man. Fucking idiot. I talk shit like that, dude. Fuck you. Okay, we're not going to spend too much time on this idiot, so move on to the next. I'm going to end this soon, too. Eight square miles to 150. See, that's pretty big. 8 square miles. 8 square miles is like doable, I think, but 150, it's not doable. At least it's more humane, though. If you did 8 square miles, I wouldn't feel like it's straight up torture. You know what I mean? It'd be restricted them a little bit, but 150 miles is not really probably realistic. It's 1,214 acres. It is home to over 500 rescue large carnivores. Oh, it's in Keansburg, Colorado. See, I didn't even know that was in Colorado, dude. That's cool, though. I never saw blackfish, but the SeaWorld thing, I went to SeaWorld when I was a kid. My grandparents took me, I think. Dude, it's so fucked up, man. Like, they have to take these big, gigantic whales, and they teach them the same shit. They got to be like little puppets, dude. They go up and they jump up on the thing, and everyone gets to see them because they're out there, out of the water. They're not supposed to be out of the water just sitting there. It's like they're suffering just so that people can like look at them. Everyone, oh, look, we can see the whole whale. It's so cool. Right? And they have to do all these tricks and splash everyone with the water. Oh, yeah. 99% of the people that are in the stands, they don't know. They're just brainwashed, just like the government brainwashes you. Oh, you know, it's fine. It's fine. They love it. People just think that, dude. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, they have great lives, dude. Free Willy. Oh, yeah, they love it. They love doing this for us. Dude, they're like, they have to do it. They have to fucking do this for you. They're slaves. That's what the whales are. That's what the orcas are. They're slaves. And you pay, you contribute to them being a slave by paying for that. Didn't they ban, like, isn't SeaWorld done? They banned that too? I mean, you take an orca, talk about how the range that John Winchester put up. I mean, an orca has a range of what? Like, way more miles than that probably, right? Like quadruple that probably. And then you put them in a fucking fish tank, dude, basically. in comparison. That's their life now, dude. That's fucking sick, dude. It's disgusting, man. And they're another one of those smart ass animals, dude. Orcas. Otherwise, they only take the smart ones that are capable of learning stuff like that. You know what I mean? Dolphins, same thing. Dolphins are actually thought to be the smartest animal other than a human being. The smartest animal. And those are the ones that, you know, human beings take and do all that stuff and make them learn tricks, and it's sick, dude. Yeah. They're so large, I bet it hurts to have their bodies out of water for very long. Imagine the kind of pressure it would put on their skeletal system. Well, yeah, they're just not designed to be out of water. I mean, they're technically, I think they're mammals, right? Because they breathe oxygen. But yeah, they're not supposed to be out of water, dude. Like, they're not naturally supposed to just be hanging out, dude, like jumping up. Think about it. You just think about it. Like, if you're just a fucking orca, bro, and like you had to like jump up out of the water and just like hang out there. I don't know I remember how long it was, but it was like a while. They just kind of chill there. Everyone looks at them. I'm like, dude, you think that they're having a good time? Means they're like, oh yeah, I love this. Look at all these other, you know, weird things that I don't know. These other things that own me. You know, I'm slaves to them. They're just staring at me. I love this. No, dude, they're being traumatized at that exact moment, bro. They can't stand it. They hate it. They're like, fuck, dude, this sucks. That's what they think. You know, I got fucking losers in here like Dub Wubs, loser ass in here. Then like, oh, he loves that shit. And, you know, I'm sure I'll never see his girlfriend either. Yeah, fuck them both then. Kick rocks, both of you. Losers. I mean, I'm not going to say anything about she'll slip your punches because she didn't say anything stupid. So I don't want to get mad at her. But I'm sure she'll back up her boyfriend. So, when, you know, it's fine. If I have to lose her as support her too, then fine. I don't care. But I'm not going to compromise my morals for that, dude. If you think that that's cool and then you're going to come up here and say, oh, yeah, I heard my name. Peace out. Then fuck you, dude. Kick rocks, bitch. After I tried to help you and shit. Oh, they're trying to change their image? I know they're still open. Oh, really? They'll also mourn their dead? And will take revenge if cause? I mean, a lot of animals, I think, are smarter than we think. You know what I mean? They're way smarter than you think. Like, you think, oh, well, they're just, even if they are low intelligence, maybe their IQ's 60 or 50. I don't know. They're still a conscious living thing, though. It's like they don't understand certain things just because your IQ 60. Right? You're still alive and conscious, dude. Like, people need to understand that. But they don't. People don't have compassion for things like that. Oh, okay. A mammal is a mammal because it nurses its young, not because it breathes air. Mammary mammal. Okay. I didn't know that. You're really smart. You like teach me a lot of stuff. Because it nurses its young. Okay. Interesting. I always thought it was because it breathes air. So then what is, you said mammary? Is that what it's called? Is that what it's called? A mammary then? Mammary mammal? Because I mean, like a dolphin's not a fish, and an orca's not a fish. Oh, yeah, that's right. Just slip your punches did say, I'm sorry, if you're still in here, slip your punches. You did say that, actually. You said you will never go back to a zoo because of the polar bear thing. So if you're still in here, And I wasn't gonna like. I'm sorry for that. You know. I understand if you never come back in here. I get it. You got to back up your boyfriend and stuff. It's fine. But just so you know, it's like no hate over here for you. Oh, yeah, that's what it is? Hamburgies are boobies? Okay. Animals have amazing energy. I feel squirrels every day, and I have a blue jay. I have a blue jay that flies into my house if the door is open and a squawk for food. They all eat from my hand. Really? That's cool, dude. And like animals are so smart. Like they're not smart. Like, you know, they don't have a, 100 IQ. 100 IQ is the average, dude. So like the most people that are alive have 100 IQ. It's not, the most smartest, but it's pretty smart. Like squirrels, dude. I told you guys about my story. Probably a lot of people in here don't know about it. In the halfway house that I lived in, we had a quarantine room. If you were sick, then you had to go live in that quarantine room. And like the squirrel, it was like the house squirrel. It was like the halfway house squirrel, bro. And like he would go in there and he'd jump on the trees and he'd jump up on the roof and then he'd come in to the room. If you left the window open, he'd come in there, dude. He'd like hang out with you and shit. He was like our buddy, dude. He was so smart. Like squirrels are smart, dude. A squirrel is a rodent. It's basically an acceptable rodent. It's like an acceptable. Everyone thinks they're so cute because they're fluffy. Rats are super fucking highly intelligent too. That's why they do all those tests on rats. But he would come out because like we would feed him and shit. You know what I mean? And everyone would go out there and smoke cigarettes and stuff, and like everyone have our chairs set up. And he would come like just right there. He'd literally just be hanging out with us, dude, in the circle. He just chills, dude. And, you give him whatever snack you were eating. He come up and like eat it out of your hand and shit. Like they're just living their lives too, dude. Like how could you want to be like, oh yeah, man, let's lock this guy up and put him in a cage and dude, they have families, dude. They have like things that they love just like you do. They're just a squirrel, yeah. But just because they're just a squirrel doesn't mean that they're not any less conscious than you. They have the same consciousness that you have, bro. Everyone taps into the exact same consciousness. There's only one consciousness. And this, again, isn't magic. It's science. Ask a physicist. We all tap into the exact same consciousness. That's what it is. We're all one. Everything, every human, every animal, every bug, every plant, everything, dude. It's all the same. Why would you just lock something up, dude? It makes no sense to me, man. Like, not everyone's awake, I guess. Oh, okay, yeah. But birds aren't mammals and they breathe air. Warm-blooded, etc. Don't nurse. Not mammals. Okay. That makes sense. Because you said, yeah, whales are, and porpoises, I don't know what that is, are mammals. Oh, it's because they lay eggs. Yeah, I've heard that. Because if you lay eggs, though, you're a reptile or something, right? Wait, no, maybe not. Because fish aren't a reptile. They lay eggs. And I guess chickens lay eggs. So never mind. They don't nurse their young. To be a mammal, you have to nurse your young. Let me see if I can figure this out. I'm just looking on my cell phone. Mammals are warm-blooded vertebrates with hair or fur that feed their young milk and have more developed brains than other animals. I think she's right, guys. They're classified as homeotherms, meaning they generate internal heat by burning food. Their normal body temperature ranges from 97 Fahrenheit to 104 Fahrenheit. Other characteristics of mammals include backbones. All mammals have backbones, 4 limbs. Mammals move around on 4 limbs. Except for humans don't move around on 4 limbs, though. But, I mean, we're mammals, too. So, I think humans are like the only ones that move around on 2 limbs, though, right? Pretty much. So I think she was right, because it says that they're warm-blooded vertebrates with hair. Humans have hair or fur that feed their young milk and have more developed brains than other animals. So I think she's right, guys. So that would mean that a whale is not a mammal. It's not a fish either, though. Like, what is it then? Oh, so that's what it is. It's a porpoise. Is that how you say it? Did it say anything about porpoise in here? Yeah, so I don't know if that's how you say that. Porpoise is a dolphin or a whale. Because they don't have fur. They don't nurse their young. There are 2 that don't nurse their young. Which 2? A platypus and echidna. I don't even know what that is. Okay. So there's an exception then to it. Did you Google that, bro? Is that how you figured that out? Yeah, the vast majority of mammals have 4 legs. The only exception being bats. So a bat is a mammal. Well, a human doesn't have 4 legs either. A human has 2 legs. You know, I always say to my dog, "Oh, let me get your arm. Let me see your arm." They don't have arms. They got legs, but you know, I say arms. You know, in the shower, because I talk to my dogs in the shower, because I take showers with my dogs. That's how I bathe them, because it's easier to just like, I take my full shower, then I come out here naked and like grab them and take them in. It's just easier to do it that way, I feel. I've always done it that way. And then it's, you know, I don't know. It's just easier. And but like, you know, I talk to them and I sing to them and stuff. So like it makes them feel more comfortable and stuff. And then I'm like, let me see your arm, you know, and like I wash their arms. It's not really an arm, but you know. And primates. Primates have 4 limbs. Yeah, primates do have 4 limbs. But a primate is a... But it's... So you can have 4 limbs, but not necessarily 4 legs, though. Right? Yeah, it says 4 limbs. So you don't have to have 4 legs, 4 limbs. So a human would so I was actually off on that. So yeah, you have 4 limbs. A human has 4 limbs, just not 4 legs. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, true, not 4 legs. Primates have 4 limbs. Also, he's saying they don't nurse their young. I think this is probably like a, if that's true, John, then it's like a, that's like the only two. So this is, it says that it says characteristics, I think, right? Other characteristics of mammals include backbones. All mammals have backbones, 4 limbs, and they move around on 4 limbs. So not necessarily they move around on all 4 limbs, because I mean humans don't. But I don't think that's like, it's like a mandatory to have that. So it might not be, you know, there could be others that are mammals, but you know, they don't nurse their young or whatever. Yeah, Australia doesn't count, dude. That's why. Okay. All right, as soon as I'm done with this food, we're ending the stream. This is one of the longest ones I've done. Sorry, guys. It got me a little emotional and stuff. I mean, I straight up said I would straight up disown half of the DMA subscribers if that ever happened. And then somebody has to come in here and I don't know why you'd say that, just purposely start stuff. I mean, you could just, I guess if you want to see me react crazy, maybe they like that. But I would. That's something I'll never compromise on. I told you I got in a big old fight with my friend over it. That's something I'm very passionate about. So I don't know why you would, even if you disagree, or poke a bear like that, dude. Or whatever. I don't like confrontation like that. I don't like to, like, you know, lose people, but all right, peace out, dog. Have a good night, bro. Thanks for coming in. You're very pro titty. Yeah, but I mean, are you more pro titty or are you more pro ass? Everyone throw it in here because I know most people in here are men. Are you more of a titty man or more of an ass man? Let's see. 1 for titties and 2 for ass. Do it like that. Easy. Okay, everyone's got to put their vote in. I'll tell you what I am too. 1 all day? Okay. I mean, you said, what'd you say? So you're a titty man or something? Yeah, you said you're pro titty. Oh, wrong one. I'm very pro titty. Oh, see, even Candace got an opinion. She's an ass woman. She like a man. Well, of course, as a woman, you want a guy with a nice ass, right? You want a guy with like nice tits. But I mean, maybe you like a guy. If you're a woman, maybe you like a guy with like a nice chest, dude. It's like, it's big. You got a big ass chest. That's one of my favorite. It's definitely my favorite muscle group to hit. Chest, like bench press. It's my favorite. You get the pump on your chest, dude. My chest is like swollen. I love that. So I mean, you could still be a 1, Candace, but she likes ass. Want to get saggy quicker? Yeah, I guess that's true. Especially if you have kids. If we have kids, like, it's guaranteed to be saggy, I think. I mean, I don't know. I mean, most, like, what is the percentage of women that have kids? Like 90% or something? Like, almost all of them have kids. I mean, there are surgeries you can do. You got both? Okay. On a guy chest for sure. Oh, so you're bisexual then. Is that what it is? So on a woman you like butt, but on a guy you like chest? Okay. I can see that. I mean, I think I'm actually proud of my chest. I have a hard time growing muscles, but like my chest is one of my things that grows big. I don't have a hard time growing my chest. It gets big if I work on it. And dude, before I ever started working out, my chest was flat as fuck, like a teenager, skinny teenager. That's the kind of chest I had. When I finally started hitting the gym, I was like, damn, my chest is getting big, bro. I never ever had like any type of, definition type, like any type of roundness right here. I was like, holy shit, I can actually get that? That's crazy. Because I have hard parts to grow. Like my biceps are hard. Everyone has their problems. Like my biceps don't have a hard time growing. They just don't peak like some guys do. It's like if you have a shorter bicep and then you flex it, it peaks. It gets that peak look with the little cut on it. But like my biceps longer. It's not shorter. So like it doesn't really peak. It gets bigger and it grows and it's wider, but it doesn't have like the defined look on it. So my biceps kind of suck. But like, man, they still grow. But like my chest, dude, gets fucking swole, dude. Like I love my chest. And my legs too get fucking huge. My legs are the best. They get fucking huge. I can make my calves and my quads get gigantic if I work on them hard. On a chick ass, I don't know. Okay. I mean, no one wants to. I mean, I got 15 people in here. No one wants to put their vote in. Come on, people. Join the chat. So, I mean, I'd say I'm a 2. I like both, really. But, I mean, if I had to choose 2, I like an ass better than a tits. You know what I don't like the best, though? There's a third option. Face. I don't want people to, oh, that's corny or whatever, but like, it is. It's the best. Especially if you love someone, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, men are very visual. That's why, like, if you like tits better, maybe you want to see them. And you like ass, maybe you like a doggy style better. I don't know. But, like, men are visual. That's why men like porn better, too. Because, they're visual sexual beings. But face is the most important to me. Any girlfriend, like I don't ever plan on ever having another girlfriend again, but any girlfriend that I ever choose to date, I've never dated someone that's ugly. Like they have to have a pretty face at the bare minimum. And so that's the number one feature to me is the face. That's where all of like the true, it's like what their personality is. It's where like their aura is, their energy. It all comes from your face. You know what I mean? It's the most intimate part. If you're not attracted to the face, I mean, I could say butterfaces. No. Butterface is a no. Hey, man, that's a good point, bro. You can develop, you can't always develop looks. You can work on your looks, though. You can work on your personality, too, though. You can work on your personality as well. And you can also work on your looks. But, like, Sometimes certain looks are just forever, bro. Like if you got an ugly mug, I mean, you got an ugly mug, dude. You get buff if you want to, but it's not gonna help. I mean, it will help, but you can be the best version of yourself. But if you got an ugly face, you got an ugly face, dude. Like for a woman, for me, for attractiveness, like just pure physicality. I mean, if she's got like a banging ass body, but her face is busted, bro, like, nah. No, I'm just not even interested, dude. That's like the most important thing to me. And I think that Sweet Tea is extremely beautiful, dude. I think she's pretty. So, I mean, she has a lot of other great stuff too, but like that's like the main thing that she has. She has a very pretty face. Yeah, that's true. And you know, thing about women with makeup is women wearing makeup is the equivalent of a man lying about his career and saying that he's a CEO. If a woman goes and gets a professional makeup job done, have you seen the professional makeup jobs? Have you ever seen those YouTube videos where they like completely turn from like a butt ugly chick to like a swan? She's like fine as fuck from professional makeup. If a woman goes and does that and goes to the club, that's the same as if I was lying and saying that I'm a CEO. Because what men are attracted to is looks. They're attracted to replication value, which is health indicators, youth indicators. Women are attracted to survival value. And a woman might say that, and I've said this before, but a woman might say, oh, I want a guy that's, you know, he's buff and he's hot and all that stuff. But I mean, what she says she wants and what she responds to are two different things. So what she responds to is something different, right? Sorry, I got distracted. I guess I got somebody in here that I need to talk to. Face and hands for me. Sorry all that happened to me. Hey, I'm sorry too. And like I said before, you know, I know that's your boyfriend and stuff. If you have to like bow out of here, there's no like bad blood between us or anything. I get it. So thank you for coming in here and saying that. Yeah, it's true. And like, you know, and women don't think that, oh, that's not the same thing. That's lying. It's deceitful. Well, dude, if you think about it, what men are attracted to, men are attracted to looks. That's what they're attracted to. A man will choose a girlfriend to be his girlfriend solely for her looks. She could be a complete moron, can't hold any type of intelligent conversation, right? She's kind of a bimbo. You see it all the time. Some guy that's super rich, like people that are super rich, do they ever have like ugly girlfriends? It's very rare, right? They don't have ugly girlfriends. They're dating them solely for their looks. I'm not solely, but I mean, that's a huge part of it. And then women. Again, women say, oh, I want a guy that's, you know, he's got to be 6'2" at least, and he's got to be buff and good looking. But again, what they respond to is something different. You will see women that are beautiful and they're dating a guy, you know, he's just kind of average, or maybe he's not even average. Maybe he's like 75 years old, dude. You know, that 75-year-old guy, he doesn't work at McDonald's. You know what I mean? Maybe he owns like a franchise, several restaurants at McDonald's. That could be it. That could be it. Right? So again, what a woman says she wants and what she responds to are two different things. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing as me saying that I'm a CEO of this company and I make $1 million a year. If you think about it fundamentally like that, right? Yeah, it's like catfishing. I mean, if a woman straight up look completely different. Like those videos, bro, they go from like straight butt ugly to looking bomb, dude. Like then all of a sudden they're beautiful. I'm like, holy shit, dude, that's fucking crazy. And it's not just like some chick, you know, that's been doing makeup her whole life and she can do it. It's like this crazy makeup artist that they can just do all this crazy shit. I'm like, holy cow, dude, that's crazy that you can make somebody look like that. And you know what are really good with that? The Asians. The Asians are good with that. They have a lot of those. But they go from just looking like totally just average, you know, not very pretty woman to like beautiful, fine as fuck. Because they wear a lot of that makeup too. They got that white makeup, you know, that they wear, make their face very pale. They totally transform themselves. You know, it's a lie. It's a lie. That's not what you look like. I always go back to Chris Rock, dude. I don't mean to, but like Chris Rock said that too. Everything about you is a lie. Your face don't look that smooth. Your hair ain't that long. Your nails don't look that good. Your titties ain't that perky. You know what I mean? Like everything they do, push-up bra, all that shit, dude. It's all that shit's a lie. So if a guy says that I'm lying about how much money I make, like, oh man, you're being deceitful. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're a bad person. I remember one time I said in one of my old streams that I used to do like these on the DMA channel that we're talking about picking up women. And I would say that I own a Papa John's franchise. And one of the troll channels got a hold of that. It's like making fun of me that I lied and said that I own a Papa John's franchise. But I mean, but that's literally the same thing that women do all the time, right? It's the same fucking thing. The older you get, the worse makeup looks on you? Huh. I know one thing, like, the more that I'm in love with you, the less I even give a shit about some makeup, dude. You know what I mean? You know, they say like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And you know, like if a man tells you, I like you the best when you first wake up in the morning, he really means that. If he says that to you, he really means it. Because he doesn't care about the makeup. And he knows that you're natural. Like a lot of women think that like they want, a lot of women get like boob jobs and like, you know, facelifts and lip fillers and all that stuff because they truly believe that men like it. But if you ask men, most men prefer natural. You know what I mean? If I'm in love with you, you're just going to be the most beautiful person I've ever laid my eyes on, period. And so, yeah, to me, you do look the best when you first wake up, you know? I'd be just as attracted to you when we first wake up in the morning with sleep in your eye, you know what I mean? Then after you get all done up to go out for the night, you know what I mean? I don't care about that. You know, and then you can tell, like, you know, if a woman's wearing some makeup, it's fine. But like when women overdo it, like I don't trust it. You know, I don't trust them as their personality. When they're wearing like a shit ton of makeup and you can see it, it's fucking thick. I'm like, I know you don't look like that. Like I have a hard time even trusting them at all for anything they say. You know what I mean? Of course, makeup's fine if you want to wear it, you know. But you know, you can't wear too much. If you can tell when you're trying to do too much. You know what I mean? Speaking of nails, I hate super long nails on a chick. They just scream pampered, entitled princess, one of the biggest red flags for me, really. I can see what you're saying with that, but I'm not the same because there are some women, though. I would say that's like a stereotype, though. It's like the whole all Mexicans like beans thing. You know what I mean? So I can see what you're saying, though. Because a lot of women that do have really long nails, they are kind of the pampered, I'm a princess, you know, I'm a diva bitch, you know what I mean? But not all of them, though. You know, that's a stereotype. Because, I mean, Sweet Tea loves her nails, dude. and she does all of her nails on her own. I mean, she's I think she went to cosmetology school, and she did actually. She's got her license and everything, dude. She always has her nails, and she's always redoing them. She does them, and then like she redoes them. I'm like, didn't you just redo those? Didn't you just do those like 3 days ago? She's like redoing them again. But she's not like that at all. You know what I mean? So again, it's not one size fits all. It's, you know, it's different. And she's very, even the word she uses, frugal. And she is. You don't have to spend a ton of money to be with her. You know what I mean? She's very frugal. She's good with money. She's better with money with me. So it's a good match because I'm not the best. So like if we ever get married, then she would just be in charge of all the money. I'd tell her, you're in charge of all the bills here. You just take care of everything. I'll just make all the money, and then you figure out what we need and budget it and all that stuff. So it's not always that way. And another thing too, and I call tickle scratch. I got tickle scratch because my mom used to do it to me. You guys probably know what it is. When a woman has nails and she scratches your back, you know that thing? It's like really that tickly feeling. I invented that. My mom used to do that to me to help me go to sleep when I was a kid. And I just named it tickle scratch. I don't know if that's what it's called, but that's what I called it. And it stuck. And so my mom used to tickle scratch me, and like she doesn't tickle scratch me anymore because it's kind of weird. It's like it's a very intimate thing. Like for a mother and like a child, it's fine, but you know, like a full-grown man and a mom, it's kind of weird. So it's a very intimate thing. So I only get tickle scratch from Sweet Tea now. I don't even know when last time I had tickle scratch from her. It's been a while. But she has good nails for it. She always has her nails done. So, you know, it feels better with the nails. I mean, I can even give tickle scratch, but it doesn't feel as good, you know, because I don't have nails. It's my fingertips. But I give tickle scratch to my dogs. They love it. Minnie loves tickle scratch. So, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? When a girl gives you tickle scratch. You feel like after 40, makeup just ages women? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, that's good. I mean, that you don't feel like you need to wear it and stuff like that. Because I mean, like, I remember the very first time Sweet Tea was over here and she didn't wear makeup for the very first time. It was right fucking here, dude. She was right there. And I was sitting right here and she was right there. And she came out here. We were just barely getting to know each other. And she came out, she washed her face. She came out and I was like, I don't know what I said. I think I said, oh, I don't know if I said, oh, no makeup or something. I said something like that. And she was like, yeah, is that okay? And I was like, oh yeah, it's fine. But I remember that the very first time I saw her without no makeup. The first time, it was right fucking here. Man, you know, it's kind of nostalgic, dude, thinking about that kind of stuff. Happened like so long ago. You think it ages women even sooner? They just don't notice until they're like 40. Like the makeup itself ages them. I know they say like women should always wash their face before they go to bed because it does age them. Or maybe it does. I don't know. But like a lot of women will get on like Retin-A. It's like a retinoid cream and it prevents like fine lines. You see, like, you know, for my age, I'm in my 40s and like I don't have that many wrinkles. But like if you can see, like I have oily skin. See how it's kind of shiny right here? I get really greasy skin, dude. It's kind of a love-hate relationship because I hate it. I can't stand it, dude. Because my face gets shiny and I'm like always like wiping my face off or like washing my face. But if you look at the research, people with oily skin have less wrinkles. It keeps their face, they're less susceptible to at least the fine wrinkles like crow's feet and stuff. It's very smooth looking. But like the big wrinkles, you can't get rid of those. Because I'm starting to get like, see this one right here, like the one that people get right here. You can notice that. I get the one right here. See the line right here? You know what that one is? People's expressions that they constantly put themselves in, they show up on their face when they're older. So like people that are angry, get this line right here. See, because I'm angry, right? People that are smiling all the time, they just smile. See, crow's feet. You're smiling. So if you smile a lot, you'll have crow's feet more. So that you can, like, it shows up on your face, whatever. Like, you know, they say, oh, you don't want to look like that. It'll show up on your face forever or whatever. Like, that's true. It's a real thing. It really does. It shows up on your face. If you're angry all the time, you get that line right here. There's other one on your forehead. Like if you're very animated, oh, what? Like you're one of those type of people. You do like this with your eyes, raise your eyebrows, like you'll get wrinkles on your forehead because that's what that does. See? Right? So I got wrinkles on my forehead. So if you're one of those like animated people all the time, like making crazy faces like that, you know how to really tell a story, you raise your eyebrows, you get wrinkles on your forehead more. I heard this from like an FBI guy. He said like when he's studying people, like facial expressions and like where you look to see if you're lying, all that kind of stuff. And like you can tell someone's personality by what kind of wrinkles they have on their face when they get older. They said if they're really happy most of your life, you'll have a bunch of crow's feet. If you're angry, get this one right here, that line right there. You know, it's really cool, man, that kind of stuff. That's so cute. You remember Sweet Tea and the memories. Give your heart. Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah. You know, it's very nostalgic, you know. You think about stuff like that because, you know, like that just doesn't happen anymore. Like she hasn't been over here. She actually came over to my house when I had to have that colonoscopy the first time in like 2.5 years. She hadn't been over here. You know, because her house is better anyways. You know, I got the apartment. She's got the big house. But, you know, she never been over here. So it was like, it was cool to have her here for even one night. So yeah, it's a very nostalgic thing. Think about stuff like that. And I don't try to think about it. I know I talk about her a lot on here. It's just, you know, I don't mean to, like, I just, you know, I think about her a lot. So. I've got laugh lines, crow's feet, scars, you name it. I got scars too. I got crazy ones, dude. Like I got this scar on my forehead. So you see it right here. I got 2 of them. See that line right there? And I got another one up here. See how greasy my skin is up here? It's all shiny. But see this scar right here? It's right there. You can see it. It's a big ass scar. I'll tell you guys that story. Dude, I got my ass beat, dude, so bad. Some of you might have heard this story, but I doubt it. I was at this rave. It was actually at this club. It was called Trax out here in Denver. It was a club. And it was actually, I found out it was a gay rave club, but I didn't know it was gay at the time. But I guess it is. But I mean, a lot of straight people go there too. But we were there and like we were rolling and for whatever reason, this like bouncer grabbed me, dude. And he was like, he grabbed me and like took me into the bathroom. He was like, give me the drugs. I was like, what are you talking about, dude? And dude, back then I was 18 years old, bro. I weighed like 130 pounds. I was so fucking rail skinny, bro. Like right now I weigh like 165 and I'm still small. And I was like, dude, what are you talking about, man? I guess, I don't know if he saw me, like he thought I was like selling drugs or something, but all he was doing is trying to steal my drugs. And, I was like, I ain't got shit, man. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. But man, I did. I had I had a bunch of shit. I had like 2 pills of ecstasy on me and a cellophane. Remember the cigarette cellophanes? I had them in there. They were in my pocket. And then I had a fucking vial of acid, bro, in my fucking shoe. And a vial of acid, like, I don't know what it is now, but back then that was like a 1st-degree count of attempted manslaughter. Then there was a guy that was in prison for 16 years for 2 hits of acid for attempted manslaughter. 2 counts. And I was like, fuck, dude. And I was like, I ain't got shit, bro. What are you talking about, man? He's like, give me the fucking drugs now, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I ain't got shit. And boom, this guy just started fucking beating me up, dude. Boom. I was like, fuck, it was in the bathroom. I was like, oh shit, dude. And we're like in this big old fight and shit. And then finally, I got away enough to where I grabbed the handle of the bathroom, bro. And I grabbed the handle, and right as I grabbed the handle, he grabbed me and like pulled me back, and I opened the door, and my friends, these girls were out there, and I was like, help me. And the girls like, oh my God. Right. And then he got even more pissed because like then everyone could tell that he was like beating me up in this bathroom, and he fucking like beat me up more. And he took me into the fucking bathroom stall, and he was like, oh no, this, I don't know what happened. We're beating each other up. It was a big old fight, dude. I got my ass fucking pummeled, dude. Is what happened. Okay. I'm gonna say like I was beating his ass, dude. I got fucking pummeled straight up. He said I was only 130 pounds. This guy was bigger. He was a bouncer at the club. And then I was on the corner over here, and then because we were fighting and shit. Oh, we were fighting and shit. And like, as we were fighting, I pulled the pills out of the cellophane with the 2 ecstasy pills, and I threw the whole thing in my mouth, and I swallowed the whole fucking thing, bro. Imagine taking like 2 ecstasy pills in a cigarette cellophane, and then fucking throwing the whole thing in your mouth and just swallowing it, bro, with no water, nothing. That's what I did. And then he could tell that I was doing that. So then he like put me in the corner over there, and then he went over there and was trying to look for shit. Like, if I dropped something. And then right then I was like, fuck, get rid of this acid, bro. I took the acid, the vial of acid out of my shoe, and I fucking jumped underneath the fucking stall, bro. You know, I went underneath it, and I fucking threw it in the toilet, and I flushed it. And he came over, and he was like, he saw what I was doing. He was like, grabbed by my hair, and was like, boom. And he kept smashing my fucking head on the toilet, bro. Boom, like fucking me up, dude. And like, that's how this happened. The scar, dude. I fucking busted my fucking head open, dude. It was all bleeding all over the place. And then finally we went out to the fucking out there, and like everyone was out there, and I was like, oh my God. And I was all fucking fucking beat the fuck up, bro. And he took me down, and he like pushed my head down so like no one would see me, like no one would see how bad he beat me up and shit. And he took me down into like the kitchen, like into the back area and shit. He's like, oh, this guy, he's got a bunch of drugs or something. And like, they called the cops on me, and the cops came. They searched me and find shit. And I have nothing. I was like, I ain't got shit, bro. I don't know what you guys talking about. And then the cops, this is why I don't like cops, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the people that don't like cops because they got the short end of the stick firsthand, right? Well, here's an example. They call the cops on me. And they didn't find anything on me, and the cops charged me with assault and disturbing the peace. I'm the only one fucking beat they had to call an ambulance, bro. I had to go to the hospital. My face was busted. I had to get fucking stitches. They charged me with assault and disturbing the peace. He was fine, dude. This big ass fucking bouncer, dude. He didn't have a fucking scratch on him, dude. I was the one beat up. My face, my fucking eye, I have pictures, dude. Maybe I'll show them to you guys someday if you want to see them. My fucking face was fucking, my eye was like swollen shut, bro. I was beat the fuck up. They took me in the ambulance. I went to the doctor, and they fucking stitched me up and shit. And then my friends picked me up. By the time I got out of the hospital, dude, finally, like it took a while, but like I swallowed those 2 ecstasy pills, remember? And it took a while for like my stomach acid to eat through the cellophane. It took like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and boom, I was fucking rolling my ass off. I was like, oh shit. And so then my friends swooped me up, and then we're like, oh, hey, who after the party, dude? After party. And at the time I worked at Papa John's, but I wasn't a manager then. I was just 18. I was going to be a manager soon. My friend that was with me was a manager, and he had the keys and shit. And so we went into the Papa John's, bro. And we had a little party in there. We had a little boom box and shit. And like we threw a little rave in the fucking in the Papa John's. We did that a bunch of times, actually. It was like the after party. And I got pictures, and I was all rolling and shit, and my face is all busted up shit. And I remember the next day, my mom like came in to my room, and she's like, oh my God, what the fuck happened, Christopher? Oh my God. And she got all mad. She's like, oh, this is why, you know, you're such, I told you guys, I put my mom through hell, dude. And she was all mad. I was like, what are you mad at me for? I didn't do anything. I was the one that got beat up. you know, because she just didn't want me to be in trouble anymore, you know? And like, I was like, I didn't do anything. And then, so I had to get an attorney. I was like, dude, I'm not fucking pleading guilty to no, even back then, bro. I was like, I didn't fucking disturb the peace or assault that guy. You know what I mean? I got an attorney, and then the first court date, that guy showed up. He was there in the courtroom, dude. And I was like, I need time to get an attorney. Or no, I straight up pled not guilty, though. I was like, I'm pleading not guilty, but I need time to get an attorney. I didn't know how the court, now I would have probably just asked for a continuance so I get an attorney, but I just said, I'm pleading not guilty and I need an attorney. They set the trial up. I went and got my attorney, and we showed up to court, bro, for trial and everything. And the guy didn't show up, like the witness guy. He knew that I said, I'm taking this to trial. I set it up for trial, had the court date and everything. He knew that. He got subpoenaed. He didn't show up because he knew that, like, he didn't want to get embarrassed. Like, he knew that my attorney was going to call him up on the stand. You know what I mean? And he was going to have to, like, basically look fucking like a dumbass, right? And so they just dismissed it. And then we were going to do a lawsuit. But what happened was that club, they filed for bankruptcy. They went out of business and filed for bankruptcy. So I couldn't do any lawsuit with them. But yeah, that was my story, dude. I got my fucking ass beat, bro. And that's why I got that scar right there. And then there was another one where it was another scar. It's hard to see on this, but that was that scar. And then I had another scar going this way on the same part. It looks kind of like a wrinkle, but that one was from years later in my 20s, still early 20s. And they're stupid stories. But me and my friends, dude, my friend Zach, bro, we used to drink so much. Like, we just drink so much that we'd be like, could barely walk or talk shit, dude. It was like our thing. And then we wake up like hungover as fuck the next day, and then we just keep drinking like instantly, bro. And like, that was his kind of thing and that he did. And I just kind of followed his things, you know, it was his house and shit. And that's what we do every weekend, bro. And then he'd have to go to work. He worked for special needs. He was a special needs teacher at this high school. And so every Sunday we'd have to stop drinking around Sunday, you know, towards the end of the night. And then he'd be like, I got to go to work tomorrow. And, you know, that's how our weekends were every weekend. But like, we were outside smoking and shit. And like, we were so fucking drunk, I could barely walk. How we get, you know, it's like 5 a.m. We drink till like 7, 8 a.m, bro. And then, you know, sleep till like 2 p.m, and then wake up, drink. And I fucking was so drunk. I was like trying to put out my cigarette, and I fucking just lost my balance, and I just fell and boom, face plant right in the rocks, bro. Boom. And he was like, oh shit, are you all right? And like, I was like, oh fuck. And like, went like this, like touched my head, you know, like tons of blood on my hand. And he's like, oh, let me help you up. And he grabbed my hand, and my hand just like slipped out of his hand. He's like, what the fuck? He looked at his hand. There's all kinds of blood on it and shit. He's like, oh fuck. And they took me inside, and all my drunk ass friends didn't know what to do and shit. And they're like, my other drunk friend was like, grabbed like some rubbing alcohol and like put it on like a fucking cloth or some shit, and was like putting it on there. And they're like, dude, you have to go to the hospital, dude. Like, there's no fucking way, bro. What did we do? Because everyone was so drunk. I don't know if somebody drove me or if we took an Uber or what the fuck we did, bro. I can't even remember that part. But I had to go to the hospital, and they gave me the stitches. And then they're like, oh, because my friends were there, and she was like, did you guys put any antiseptic on it? And my friend's like, yeah, I put rubbing alcohol on it. And she's like, oh no, don't ever do that. You always use hydrogen peroxide. And I don't remember what the reason was, but you know, he didn't know. He was just trying to help out. And so they had to stitch me up, dude. And then like, I had to take, my friends left because they were afraid to get busted for something. So they came with me at first, and then they left. And then they did stitch me up, and I released me, and I took like an Uber back to the pad, and then we just kept drinking again. That's that story, dude. But I was like, dude, I can't tell people that story though. Like, that's kind of a stupid story. I mean, me getting my ass beat was a stupid story too, but I was like, I'm going to make up some shit. I'm going to be like, I'm going to tell people that I was riding a dirt bike, and then I like, you know, I freaking wasn't wearing a helmet because I'm a badass, and like I went off this 20-foot lip and did a head face plant or something. I don't know. I was going to make up some shit because that's a stupid, you know, story. But I mean, that's the reality though of what happened. So then I had that scar. So I got 2 scars on my forehead from both, you know, from being a dumbass, basically. I mean, the first time was because I was, you know, but that wasn't my fault though. I mean, I was being you know, I don't think I was being bad. I mean, yeah, I did have drugs on me, but that guy was just trying to steal my drugs. And then he just beat the ever living shit out of me. And, you know, alcohol is legal. I mean, you guys know how I feel about the war on drugs. It's stupid. I mean, a drug's a drug. Just because I want to intoxicate myself by taking some pills or some acid or something. But it's totally fine to get shit-faced wasted on the weekends. You know what I mean? That's immoral, dude. It's like, if one's bad, then they're all bad. And so that guy just wanted to steal my drugs. That's all he wanted to do. And then he beat the shit out of fucking some guy that was like half his size, dude. That's not cool. And then he tried to show up to my court date like he was gonna like testify against me, like get revenge on me. I could see him over there, like the look on his face, fucking evil, dude. He was like all mad at me, like I did something to him. I'm like, dude, this guy's fucking here giving me dirty looks and shit. I'm like, dang, bro, what's your problem, man? And yeah, he didn't want to show up when he knew that I had an attorney and that, you know, he was gonna have to be called up on the stand and shit. Then he just didn't even show up. So they had to dismiss it because he was like the only witness. You know, it was just me and him in the bathroom the whole time. But I mean, that kind of shows you like he felt ashamed. Like when he took me downstairs, that when he took me out, my face was all dripping blood, that he pushed my face down like that so that people wouldn't see what he did to me. You know what I mean? That's fucked up. Yeah, I guess I have a cool story and stuff. I mean, like, I guess it's cool. I mean, you guys might think it's a cool story. I think it's kind of a stupid story, but I've told that story one other time. So I know most of you probably, or all of you probably have never heard it. And, you know, guys have tons of scars. I have so many scars, dude. Like, my arms are full of scars. I got shitloads. Look at this one. See that? Can you see that? Where is it? Oh, you can't really see on this computer thing, but like it's right there. See that big ass scar? So you can see when I push on it. See the divot? All my scars are stupid, dude. Like, so this one, I was working at a restaurant and I was sharpening a knife and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, bro. And I was like sharpening it like this. You're supposed to go away from your body. And I'm like sitting there sharpening it. And then boom, it slipped out and sliced my forearm right open, bro. I could have got stitches on that one too. But I was like, my mom came to help me and she was like, oh, I don't think we need stitches. We'll just do butterfly stitches. And she went and got me some butterfly stitches. And we kind of just, that's why the scar's so big. And I should have got stitches. It was like a big old gash. I was like, oh, that was another dumbass thing that I did. And then I got hit in the face twice with a freaking, I got a scar right here. If you can see it. You can't even see it really. It healed up good. I got hit in the face with a baseball, dude. I used to play, you know, I played baseball my whole life. And then I played in a men's league, a competitive men's league. And I played second base. I used to play shortstop, but I switched to second because I had a shoulder surgery and I couldn't throw as hard. And it's happened twice, dude, back-to-back years. But the second time I got hit in the face, I had to get stitches. So what happened was the same exact fucking thing. It was a pickoff play, bro. And he took too big of a lead and I came up and like pitcher turned around, threw the ball at me. And what I did was I was anticipating because it was very close. I wanted to get him. And so it was very close. So I took, instead of catching the ball and then going for the tag, I was trying to anticipate the tag and I was trying to like bring my hand down faster to get him. You know what I mean? And like I pulled my hand down too fast and then I missed the fucking ball and boom, right in the face, bro. And the first time I was just knocked out. Like I had a concussion, I think. And then the second time I was bleeding all over and I had to go get back-to-back years, bro. Same exact fucking instance. Two different teams though. It's weird. I was like, dude, when am I going to fucking learn from that? So that was that one. And then I got a scar on my leg. It's a burn. Oh, see if you can see that. It's a cross. See the cross? It's a cross, bro. And so what that was, me and my stepdad, we were outside. We were drinking. And I was probably like, I was like 22. And we were so wasted, bro. And then like we had the chimenea out there. You know what a chimenea is? It's like an outdoor like deck fireplace thing. It's like a portable fireplace. And we had it out there and we're chilling. And we were running out of beer. I think we were drinking like Coors Light or something. All right, we got to get some more beer. And we're like, I know. It was Colorado, and like the store didn't open up till back then. We only had 3-2 beer in the grocery stores. Liquor store didn't open up to probably like 10 or 11. But we knew the grocery store opened at 5 and we could get more beer, at least 3-2 at 5. So we walked across the street to the grocery store and bought a bunch of 3-2 beer and came back. We were so drunk that we forgot that my dad had a fucking a kegerator full of beer. He had a whole pony cake in there full of like good beer and shit. We totally spaced it. But I had this idea. I was like, hey, you know what? You know, like they have blood brothers, you know, because me and my stepdad were not related, you know, but like I said, I told you guys, he was my football coach when I was 6 years old. And, you know, he's been in my life almost my entire life. And I was like, hey man, you know, let's do like a blood brother thing. See this chimney out here? Because we had this axe that we were sticking in there. And we're like kind of stoking the fire with it. I was like, let's brand ourselves, man. And he's like, no. And I was like, yeah, come on, let's do it. And then he wouldn't do me. He's like, no, you do me though first, or you do me. I'm not going to do you, like, because he couldn't hurt me or something. I was like, all right, but I'm gonna do you and you do me. And then I did it on his arm, and he got an axe on his arm, and I just stuck it in the fire for a grip, dude. And then boom, burn him. And I do an axe too, and I did another one. Boom, it's like a 3rd-degree burn, dude. And then I was like, all right, you do me, and he wouldn't do it at first. And then finally, I convinced him. So that's what that is, dude. He freaking he sit there and he fucking burned me, bro. And then the next day, my mom woke up. It was like 8 a.m. or whatever, 7. And we're like completely wasted, bro. And we're all couldn't, like, just me and my stepdad being a bunch of dumbasses. And she woke up like half awake and like, oh God, boys, you know what I mean? And I was doing all this stupid shit. I was like, Mom, look. And I was like taking this apple and I like kept throwing it up in the air. And I took a knife and I was trying to like stab it. And I kept missing because I was so belligerently drunk. And then she was like, look at my leg. And she's like, oh my God, what the fuck? And then I was like, you know, we're branded, you know, whatever. And then like we went to sleep finally because my mom cooked us breakfast, so we just go to bed. She was like annoyed with us, dude. She cooked us breakfast, like full on breakfast, dude, like bacon and eggs and all that shit. And I ate, and then I passed out. And then I woke up, I don't know, like 2 p.m. or some shit with a massive headache, bro. I was like super hungover. And I woke up and I came downstairs and Mo was like, oh dude, I'm never doing that again. And like I looked at my leg and it was like so fucking swollen and shit. And then like a day or 2 after that, it had like green pus coming out of it, bro. It was disgusting. And my leg was so swollen, dude. It was huge. I had to put like this patch over it and tape it and shit. And like I probably should have went to the doctor if it had green pus. But again, I have an immune system, you know, maybe I don't need a vaccine. So I just toughed it out and it was fine. And like the scar's still there, but it's not even that bad anymore. He's got his scar still too. So that's that story for that scar. And then I remember I had to go to work. I just started a new job at this new pizza place, and like it was hot. It was summertime. I had shorts on and like had this big old bandage, and my leg is all swollen and shit. That was crazy though. I remember like seeing that green pus come out of it. I was like, ooh, that was a 3rd-degree burn. It was like into the flesh, bro. That's how bad the burn was. So that's that scar. And then what else I got scar wise? Oh, I got this one. It's on my finger. You can see that. You see it, barely kind of see it. It's hard to see on this thing, but I actually had to get stitches there. You can see the bone on this one. It kind of goes like this. It's like a Z type thing. And I was like, I don't know, maybe 4th or 5th grade. And I was trying to get like some glass. So we're going to shoot it with my pellet gun. And then I dropped the glass, but it wasn't like, you know, they have glass like for windows and they take the thing on the edges to make it not sharp. That dulls the edges so it rounds them out. Well, that wasn't done. It was just a sharp piece of glass and I dropped it and it just slit my fucking finger right open. I was bleeding all over. I had to go to the doctor for stitches on that one. But then this one right here, dude, I don't know if you can see this. See that scar right there? Right there. See it? Kind of light color right there. Dude, I was in kindergarten, bro. And I took my mom's steak knife and I was just a kid, and I was like, I'm going to try to figure out what's inside of a tennis ball. I'm 5 years old, okay? And so I started like stabbing it. And I was like, and so I had the ball in my hand like this, and I stabbed it, and like it hit the ball, and then the ball rolled. And so it rolled, and boom, I stabbed myself in the hand. And I pulled it out, and I hit like an artery or like a vein or something, dude. Blood was squirting out, dude. It was like 3 feet in there, like crazy. Imagine you're 5 years old. And blood squirting out, dude. And I like freaked out. I was in the garage, and I ran in. My mom was right there on the couch, and I was like, "Mom, help me!" And like blood squirting on the walls and shit. And my mom freaks out. And she's like, "Oh my God." And she goes and grabs like a towel and like wraps it up and shit. And like had to take me to the hospital, and fucking then it was a small little thing, you know what I mean? It's not that big. See how small it is? But it was a stab wound. And so like they just did like 2 or 3 stitches or whatever. But like that was the thing. It hit a vein or whatever, an artery, something. That was crazy though, dude. Blood squirting out. And it was all over the walls. It was crazy. And that was 5. That was that one. And then I had another one. It was on my finger. I don't know which finger, because I thought it was my pointer finger, but maybe it was this finger. I was like even littler. I think it's this one. Little teeny scar right there. See it? If you can see it. It's kind of lighter colored, like right there. And I was like 4 years old. And we were living in this apartment complex. It was like the beginning or first, you know, my parents were poor back then. And I found some glass. We were playing this apartment complex. I think I lived in Boulder or something like that. And I found some glass bottle, and I decided I was going to go throw it in the dumpster. So I picked it up and I was running. And then, you know, those like curb things, it's not like those little like block things that they put in parking spots to keep you from going too far. It's for your wheels, you know, that was there. And like, I tripped over that thing, and then boom, I hit the ground, and the glass broke, and then it cut myself. And that's how I had to get that one. That was my first stitches. I think I was like 3 or 4 years old. I think it was probably like 4. And my mom was like, "Oh, we're gonna have to get stitches." And I was like, "Oh, cool." I was like, "Yeah, stitches. Yeah, this is cool." And then we're driving to the hospital, and I was like, "Mom, what's stitches?" And she's like, "Well, you know, mijito," she calls me mijito. You know, like when you get a hole in your pants and mommy, you know, she stitches them up, she like sews them up. It's kind of like that. And my eyes got really big, and I was like, "No, Mom, I'm fine. I don't want stitches. I don't want stitches. Just a Band-Aid. Just put a Band-Aid. It's fine." I was like, freaked the fuck out. I was like, "No, you're not sewing my hand." And she's like, "No, Christopher, we have to." And we went there, and it was like this traumatizing thing. And, you know, of course, it wasn't that bad because, you know, they numb it. But when they numb it, it's the painful part. If you ever had stitches, right? When they stick the needle in, they stick it in the wound, dude. So that fucking hurts. And they stick that stuff in it, Novocaine or whatever it is, and it numbs it up, and then you don't feel anything. But that was my very first stitches. Let's see what other scars I have. They're crazy. I scar easy though. Like I got like literally like scrapes. Let's see if I have any. It's like this one. It's still there. You can't even see it, I know, but like it's literally a fucking scrape, dude. I got one right there too. If you can see it, it's a little teeny. See it right there? It's nothing, bro. It was a scrape. It's a fucking scratch. I scar super easy from a scratch, bro. Oh, and then this one. Okay, this one's a big one. See this one, right? So this is the one that I was trying to show you where I cut myself. That one, right? Was sharpening the knife. But then this one, do you see that one right there? It's going this way. That's a big ass one too. See that? Look how big it is. So this one was, I was at some house party, and this chick, dude, I was talking to this girl, and she was trying to be some bad bitch or something like that. And, you know, we were talking, whatever. And then she pulled out some knife. I don't know how the knife came out, but it's like a meat cleaver knife or something. This big ass fucking knife, dude. And like, we're messing around, and then she like put it on me, right? Like that. And like, you know, we're kind of flirting and shit. And I didn't think she was going to really cut me, dude. I thought she was just messing around. And she's like, put it on me like that. And I was like, "Yeah, go ahead, do it." Right. And then she just went, "Oh yeah." And I was like, "Yeah, do it." Boom. She just like went like that. I don't know what she was thinking, dude. And she fucking slit me up. And I looked at her. I was like, "Dude, what the fuck you doing, bitch?" I was like pissed. I was like, "Dude, what the fuck?" Like I really wanted you to fucking slice me. I thought we were just playing around here, dude. I'm bleeding all over the place. I think I was already in my 20s at this point. And then like that one was a fucked up one because I didn't want to go to the hospital. I was with my friend and like we were chilling and partying. I didn't want to like ruin the party and like have to go. I wanted to keep drinking and chilling. So we stayed and then we ended up leaving whenever we were leaving and we were drunk and I just went home, went to sleep. I was like, I'll just go to the doctor tomorrow. And then I woke up the next day all hungover and shit. And like by the time I went to the doctor, it was like 12 hours later and shit. And then we went to the doctor, the ER and shit. And then she's like, well, how long ago did this happen? I was like, oh, like 12 hours. I'm like, oh, dude, we can't sew it up now. there's too much bacteria in there. So if I sew it up now, then all that bacteria is going to just fester in there. And then it's going to cause even more problems. So what they had to do was they had to just like throw this like makeshift bandage on it. And they had to put me like full of antibiotics and shit for like days, like 5 days or some shit. And I had to come back. Right. So I took the antibiotics, went back 5 days later. And then they had to basically, now they could sew me up and they had to like create a new wound because it was like slightly healing and shit. So they had to like, first they numbed it up and then they like sprayed it with like, I don't know what they sprayed it with, antiseptic, like hydrogen peroxide or something like that. And they soaked it with it and they took this brush, dude, and they like brushed it and like created this new wound and like sit there and scrubbed it, dude, to get all the fucking bacteria and all the shit out. It was fucked up. I was like, dude, oh my God. I was like, thank God that they put, they numbed me because like this would be one of the most painful things I've ever experienced. Right. And they sat there forever with this crazy brush, dude, and like scrubbed it. And then it created this new wound. Right. And then they had to re-sew it up. And then, but that's why the scar is so big. I mean, you can't tell with this camera, but like it's a big ass, thick ass scar because if I just went in like I was supposed to, like right away, it would have been fine. But now it's all like this thick ass scar because it was got all fucked up. So that's that one, dude. So I'm talking about, boy scars. Let's see, what other scars do I have? I'm trying to think if I have any other cool ones. I mean, I got tons of scars, but I'm trying to think any other cooler ones I have like that. No, I think that's my scars, dude. That's all my stories. Yeah, nothing like the inside of a tennis ball, dude. Like I wanted to know. I was 5 years old. I was like, what's inside of a tennis ball? I don't know. And so that's why I did that. Boys do that. Boys being boys. That's a boy thing to do. Like girls don't do that. I was just curious. I had to see. No, it was inside of a tennis ball, man. And snuck my mom's knife. It's like those little steak knives, you have. I snuck it and came out outside and I was like trying to stab it and shit. Stupid, dude. But I mean, it was funny, dude. Like it made for a great story, dude. I mean, that's something that we'll never forget. That's one of those memories, of me coming into my house. Imagine if you're a mom and your 5-year-old son came in squirting blood all over the walls, dude. Like imagine the panic I put my mom through for that. She's probably freaking the fuck out more than me, dude. And then I had like other stories. So like my dad took me sledding once and I was like 10, I think. And we're down in Castle Rock and it was like more mountainy kind of like, country style. It's not like it is now. Castle Rock versus Gonzales. And so like it was a small town and we went to this backwoods area. Oh, all kinds of stories back there. My dad shot a deer back there, dude. Oh, so this story first is he took me sledding and he used to take us sledding. My dad used to work for Channel 7, KMGH. He was a photojournalist, right? It's what kind of followed in his footsteps. And he used to tie this rope to the sled, right? And then he would pull me and my friends on the main roads, dude. But like I said, it was kind of a small town. So like it wasn't a big deal. It was sweet. I remember that shit. But this time he took just me. I was with my friends and we went down and find this big ass hill. And he's like, all right, go down this hill. And I went down this hill. And at the very end, there's kind of like a little, it wasn't even big. It was like 3 feet. We used to go off way bigger cliffs than that. It was like a 3-foot little cliff thing. Boom. But for whatever reason, the way I hit the cliff, sitting on my butt, boom, I hit it perfect. And it just like pinched this nerve back there. And I was paralyzed, dude. I couldn't walk. And I was like, oh, help, help. And my dad came over. He's like, what? I was like, I can't feel my legs. I can't walk. And it was fucked up, dude. And my dad was like, dude, oh my God, dude, I just paralyzed my son, right? And so he's freaking out, but he's holding it together. I was like, he said, come on, try to stand up. And he tried to hold me up. And like my legs were just like jello, bro. Like I couldn't walk. I was like, I can't walk. And that's when really freaked him out. And so he like carried me and put me into the truck. And then we went back home and then told my mom. And then they called 911. Like, fuck, dude, we got to call 911. And they just laid me. I remember I was laying in the freaking hallway because they didn't want to move me or anything. Because that's what they told him, I think, on dispatch. Like, don't move him. Just leave him right wherever he is. And so I just stayed laying there. And then the paramedics came and they were talking to me and that they put me on the little stretcher thing and shit. And like, as they were driving me to the hospital, and this is back then in like the 80s or 90s, I don't even think there was a hospital. We had to go all the way to the city, dude, all the way to Denver. And it started getting better. And they're like, is it getting better or worse? And I was like, it's getting better. And like, as we drove, by the time we got to the hospital, I could like feel my legs again. And they said it was just like, thank God, dude. Because I mean, my parents thought I was paralyzed, dude. And I was temporarily, but like, I guess I just pinched a nerve when I went off that thing. And it like temporarily just, I couldn't feel my legs. I could not walk. Couldn't feel them at all. They're just dead. And that was it, dude. It was kind of like a false alarm or something. Thank God for that one. But then there was another time, me and my dad used to take me hunting and shit. But we weren't really hunting, bro. Like, it wasn't like we had a hunting license. Like I said, it was kind of a farm town. Like now you could never do this, bro. It's like a big ass city, dude. But back then, like the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, we went to this back area back there and shit. And we were just like hunt. Like we would just went to go shoot his 22 rifle. And like, I used to shoot it all the time. And all of a sudden, for whatever reason, bro, like these 2 deer came out of here. And he's like, oh, look, deer. I was like, oh shit. I didn't say, oh shit. I don't know what I said. I was like 10 or 9 or 8 or something. And I was like, get him. I was like, get him. And like, he's like, boom. He pulled it out, dude. And boom, aiming and shit. Boom. Hit one of them, dude. And then we went up there. He hit one of them. The other one got away. And we ran up there, dude. And then it was so sad, dude. The deer's all like this, like twitching and trying to run away. It's laying down all bloody and shit. And then I was like, oh shit. And then my dad is like, I got to put him out of his misery, or I don't know if he said what he said. And then so we just like went up on him, boom, and was shooting him like right in the head, right? But it was fucked up, dude. Like he kept missing and shit. And like he hit him in the neck. I don't know how many times, at least once. I think he hit him in the neck twice, dude. He missed, bro. And then he finally hit him in the head. Boom. It was a girl. It was a doe. It was a girl. Oh, dude, that was traumatizing. I was like, holy shit. That was fucked up, because when you're like in the moment, you're like, oh yeah, deer, oh, fuck yeah, let's kill it. You know what I mean? But then when it actually happens and like we have to go up there and my dad misses, shoots it in the neck 2 times and then blows his fucking head off, dude. I was like, that's fucking traumatizing. And like the meat's not good. Like, when you don't get a good kill shot, if you guys know about hunting, right? The meat's not good now. It's like, all that adrenaline that was pumping through that deer, it's fucked that meat up, dude. Made it all tough and shit. And I thought we were going to take the deer home. I was like, oh, well, at least we got the deer, right? He's like, I don't know. Like, because the thing that happened was people were hearing the gunshots. And so there was a car that like pulled up to like check out what the fuck was going on up here. Like, we weren't in the mountains, bro. We were just like in a country town, like I was saying. And we lucked out because, dude, that's a felony, bro. My dad could have went to prison for that shit. And this car came up to see what the fuck was going on. And they saw my dad's truck. It was a marked vehicle. It said Channel 7 News, KMGH. Right. And so they saw that and they're like, oh, okay. Like they just didn't think anything of it. I guess it is what it is. Right. And they left. And they were like all scared and shit. And like, come on, let's go. And I was like, we're gonna get this deer or what? Yeah, we'll come back for it later. And then he went and he called his cousin, our cousin. And, should we get this deer? Like, what's going on? He's like, dude, just fucking leave it, bro. He's like, dude, that's a felon. Dude, you guys are fucked. Don't even fucking go back there. And he's like, dude, the coyotes will get it. Like, the wolves will get it. Don't worry about it. Like, it'll be fine. And then, like, I remember that night, dude, like, me and my dad, it was My mom and my dad had their bed, and I had my own bed. I had a water bed, and then we had a third bed. It's a king size bed. It was a guest bed, and me and my dad slept in that bed that night, dude. Just talking about it, and like that was a bonding moment for us, though, dude. You know, as much as I've said like my dad, I don't like him and shit, but like, you know, there's some good times too. But like that was like a messed up thing, man. And I mean, he felt bad about it, dude. Like it was bad. Like you just don't think about it. You're just like in the moment. You're like, oh yeah, fucking deer, let's get it, boom. And then like, dude, what am I fucking thinking, dude? Like, this is the mountains, bro. Like this is just like some neighborhood, bro. Luckily, like I said, it was country back then. But yeah, that was good old Castle Rock, man. Castle Rock, Colorado is where I was raised from like kindergarten to like 6th grade. Not very many comments lately. You guys are just listening to me? Crazy story. Trying to think if I have any other stories like where the news saved us, dude. People used to remember me though, like people I'd find on Facebook, like decades later, like 20 years later, 30 years later, from like Castle Rock in elementary school. I remember this girl. She was like, she found me through like something with DMA. I was trying to recruit people to come to Belmar Library. And she was like a Facebook friend. She's like, oh, I love this First Amendment audit stuff. Because she was like a friend of mine through a mutual friend. She'd been my friend, I think, but I didn't really know who she was. But I realized who she was. She was like this girl from elementary school. I remember what she looked like and everything. I was like, I know you. And she's like, didn't your dad used to have like that news truck or something like that? And I was like, yeah, that's me. You know, because I was kind of famous because of that. You know, not everyone got picked up from school from like, you know, a news truck and shit. And so that's how she remembered me. But she was like into First Amendment audits and shit. So, but you know, it was cool because I like my dad used to take me with him as his grip and shit to like the Broncos games and like Nuggets games, Rockies games. So I was like 8-10 years old and I'm in there, dude, in the locker rooms, bro. And I'd like hold the mic and shit. I'm like holding it up to like the sports players and shit in the locker rooms. And he's recording and like he's like, I was doing a good job because he was listening in his little earbud. And he's like, why am I getting such good audio? And it's because I was pulling the mic. He didn't tell me to do it. I was like pointing it to whoever was talking. It was like a natural thing. But I used to help him with that. And he would take me to like the station. Because back then, like now, I do all my editing on my computer, right? So everyone does it. Even the news do it. Like they all have laptops. And they use Premiere Pro, same system I use. Same software I use. But back then in the 90s, they didn't have no laptops with Premiere Pro. Like everyone had to go in there into the studio and like edit shit like on the big old screens and like all these buttons and shit. You know? Big ass studios got like tons. Like for like, you know, your computer, you can just use your computer. It's got little levers and use your mouse. But like this is like actual levers, you know, that you're pulling up. Okay, I got mids and highs. I got this, that. I got this sound effect. I got all this stuff. You got your little thing like you go like this to rewind and fast forward and play and cue. All kinds of fucking buttons, dude. Big ass studio. And you take me in there and like, cause he used to record my like football games and shit. Like I was telling you, like the clip I showed you guys in the beginning. And like we would go in there and like he would edit them up and shit. It was tight. And he took my entire football team in there once. Cause he recorded an entire game. So we went in there to like review, you know, all the professional players, they review every game and like, you know, they go through and like, look, fucking, you fucked that up, bro. Or, you know, good job this or whatever, you know, get better. We did that. We went to the news station, bro. And like all the famous people were there. Bertha Lynn, Ernie Bjorkman, like, you know, the news anchors at the time. And everyone was recognizing them. And when all of us went into the booth, bro. And like my dad just sit there and played the whole thing. And the coaches, which is my stepdad, Mo, it's kind of fucked up. He was explaining, you know, teaching us all. Cause like my stepdad, Mo, he's like one of those sports, you know, he taught Little League, but he's a sports genius, dude. Like he didn't play he plays semi-pro football, but he's very athletic, man. He's very intelligent, dude. He made up all the plays. He's super smart, high IQ for any sport. Well, at least for football, baseball, and basketball. Mainly football and baseball, though. he's super high IQ, man. So he was teaching us everything, you know. It's crazy, man. Crazy back in those old days. Yeah, green pus means infection, but my body took care of it though, right? I didn't need antibiotics. I lived. I didn't have to get my leg cut off or anything. So just because it's infected doesn't mean that your white blood cells can't take care of it on its own. You know what I mean? So, you know, I feel like you guys are interested in what I'm saying, the least that you talk, because there's like 12 people in here still, but no one has really said much in a while. I mean, that's good. I guess I'm being a good storyteller, I guess. I mean, I don't even think about these stories, but this is like when I was a kid and stuff. So I'm glad you guys like it. I can't believe I'm awake still, dude. I've been streaming for almost 5 fucking hours. Usually I kind of end it when people start dipping out of here. What time is it? 3:25. I think I'm going to go ahead and just end it now. So this is a super long stream. I got to start getting ready for bed and everything. So thanks everyone for coming in, guys. I appreciate you guys. Have a great night. Peace.
I want to try the fajitas next time.
I love you more than bacon.
Aw, I love you more than sausage.
Aw.
I really
ham?
love sausage and green chili.
Oh, that's a lot of love right there.
I know.
I just wanna hold you for forever.